2 minutes. Yeah, I turned the fan off.
It's still on.
It'll take a couple of minutes to cycle off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meeting to order for Sunday, April 27th, 9 AM at the annex and via Zoom. Those folks on Zoom, please let us know if we can't, you can't hear us. We'll try to do our best to speak up so you can hear us. So first thing, introductions, go around the room. Ed Beechek, President.
Tammy Carpenter.
Dave Towery,
Mike McAdams.
Kyle Thompson, Steve Grenia.
Dom's online.
Tom on. Tom, you there?
Maybe.
Are you muted, Tom?
Ed, can you say a syllable or two to see if our audio is working?
Can you hear us okay?
Tom's on.
Is he on? Can we tell if he's
He's on. It looks like he's muted.
And then
Yeah, okay, I can.
Okay. All right, okay, there we go. Okay, we got us all. So Dave, do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
Okay. First thing on the list, we're gonna talk about the consent agenda. A couple of changes, really nothing serious other than with the new consent agenda, all the board members have basically explained what they did from last meeting to this meeting. And also has their commitments and so on and so forth. But we've included in the consent agenda also the financial, normal monthly financial statements. Those are in the consent agenda. So when we go to improve, we'll be improving our minutes from the last meeting, the financial for this month's financials, and also our consent agenda itself. And if anybody wants to review any of those documents, they will be posted and available after the meeting. So with that, I'd like to get a motion from one of the directors for approval of the consent agenda as submitted. Do I have a motion?
Need a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
I'll second Tammy Carpenter.
Okay, Dave, roll call. Yes.
Oh, here.
Mike. Here. Kyle. Here. Steve.
Here.
Tom.
Here.
And I'm here.
Is that for the approval of the consent agenda? I kind of asked that question a little funny. We're good? Is the consent agenda approved by all? Approved. Okay. Okay, so a couple of things right off the bat. First thing is, this is our first meeting together for some of us, first board meetings, and certainly mine in the new chair. So I would just ask that everybody be forgiving with us. We're gonna make mistakes. I've already made a couple of them already, and we haven't even started the meeting yet. So when we do, just be forgiving. We'll do the best we can, and things are just gonna happen that way. Keep an open mind as a reminder, be respectful and, we'll just get things going here. So President's message, a couple of things. I'm not going to steal any thunder, but Easter event was absolutely phenomenal. Kyle and Meg are going to give us a briefing on that. And it was just tremendous. It was my first Easter event. So I just want to say, just watching the kids, the smiles on their face, every one of them just so attentive to hopefully getting that winning ticket for something to get from, it was from the auction. It was just or not from the auction, but from the, let me distinguish the two from the, it was just absolutely wonderful. And every kid got a, they got something to walk away with something. Randy did a phenomenal job calling that out to everybody. And I know there's a lot of people that are going to get thanked for that. And I'm going to leave that up to those that were in charge of all that, but it was absolutely spectacular. You're going to hear this from me on just about every meeting that you have moving forward until the end of the year. There are 3 goals that we are going to accomplish this year. These, I'm calling them self-evident goals because those are the 3 most important items to us as a board and for the community moving forward. First one, presentation and member approval of a reasonable and responsible increase in dues assessment. We're all in agreement on that one. Reasonable and responsible. So we'll have it as a separate item. It'll be simplified. The message will be very simplified, and we're going to accomplish that this year. Second thing, creation, presentation to the membership and approval of a reasonable and responsible roads assessment, utilizing either a 5 or a 10-year plan. Kevin has had great success with this in the past on a 5-year that he did for us. And I have all the confidence in the world that we will have a great plan moving forward. So Kevin and I and his team will create this plan, and we'll have it in plenty of time to get it prepared for. And I'm looking forward to that. So that's our second goal for the year. And the third is a creation and member approval of a marina rights agreement with Lawrence Stills for the preservation of the marina. It's up for sale, and Kyle has been doing a phenomenal job leading us in this as the chairman, and we're in a really good spot right now. So our next steps, Kyle will go through those with us on the marina, but I will tell you that Lauren's been just awesome working with us, and he's almost like a 4th member of the team working with us. So the outcome of this is very high. So I'm feeling very comfortable with this. So with that being said, 322 days to the annual meeting. That's our goal. These 3 by then. 30 days out approximately, we'll have our packet that's going to go out, and it'll be simplified, easy to understand, and we're looking forward to accomplishing these 3 goals moving forward. So that's our priority. Okay, one of the things we introduced at our last meeting was board member commitments. Each time we have a meeting, at the end of the meeting, we're going to do our commitments between now and our next board meeting. Just a minimum of 1 each, but if there's more too, that's fine too. So every consent agenda, there will never be a hole or someone that does not have a consent agenda, because we will always have a commitment to focus on between now and then. So when we do we're going to go around the room and we're going to report out on what we accomplished or where we're at, an update. I just ask each board member to keep it within 3 minutes, 5 minutes if there's any questions from anybody that might have a question regarding it. But if you want any of the in-depth stuff, that is in the consent agenda that was forwarded as part of the written consent agenda that will be posted. So if you want to know what's going on, you could dive deep into those, but this is just a quick update to go around the room and go from there. So after we finish that, we're going to do the committee chair people. They will do their report outs, and they're going to have a little more time because they don't have a consent agenda. So I'm expecting a little more detail out of that. And I look forward to all of those briefings. A lot of stuff that's been going on in just a short period of time, getting ready to kick off the summer and so on and so forth. After that, we will have old business. There is no old business. So I'm starting out fresh. So what happened in the past is stuff we can't ignore, but I don't have anything moving forward based on old business. So we will pass this time on old business. Next meeting, anything that we don't conclude out of the new business, we will add to the old business and take care of it at that time. New business, I've listed a few items up there to kick us off, but I'm expecting more items as we move forward that we will add to the new business. Public testimony, I would ask that anybody that has public testimony, we'll have a section at the end for that. We have a sign-up sheet here for those that are here today in person. For those that are online, how many folks do we have online, by the way? In Zoom? 5, okay. Okay, so if anybody would like from the Zoom, you'll have that opportunity as well then. We'll make accommodations for that. I'm asking everybody to keep that to 5 minutes. If your public testimony is going to be longer than 5 minutes, no problem, I understand that. What we will do is we will take that information or that topic or that issue, that concern, and we will roll it into the next meeting's new business where we can spend more time, getting involved into it. So if it looks like it's going to be long and lengthy, we can plan for that ahead of time and we'll make it in a new business and we'll address it then. Same thing with Zoom as well. So with that, I'd like to,
One thing,
yes, please.
before you start your report out, if you'll make sure you say your name so that the recording picks it up and everybody online knows who's talking.
Very good. Can do. And then at the very end, we'll do our commitments for the next meeting by the board of directors and any shout outs at the time for those that have done a great job and need to be recognized. So we have an opportunity to recognize those folks at the very end. So with that, I'd like to go around and just ask for the board member updates. And I'm going to start off with the vice president. Kyle.
So I'll give a lot of the details in the consent agenda, and I'll have Meg talk through those. But there are a couple projects that I did want to provide an update on. Number one is the Wi-Fi project down at the beach. Last board meeting, I said we'd have that complete by now. So phase 1 of that is complete. We do have Wi-Fi 24/7 at the boat dock and the swim area. It actually goes a little bit further than that, but as you go further away from where that pump house is, which is where the repeater is, service starts to get a little spotty. The goal is so that if people have an emergency and they need to get a message out, they can do that. Down there is a hole relative to communication. A lot of cell phones don't work. So that's available. We also have another repeater on the rec hall itself. The rec hall will only be working on big weekends. Bingo, we will use that to assist in bingo with some streaming. Audio, we'll also use it to take credit cards so that people can buy packets and buy food. And long term, that could be Wi-Fi could be available there if we were to have a small solar system that fed the rec hall. We don't have that today. Probably something that we want to consider over the next 5 years. There's a phase 2 of the project, which is what I call a captive portal. That's the term in the industry. That's a login process. So we know who's logging into the system. They agreed to some terms and conditions, and it also provides us a management tool for bandwidth management so that not one person is, streaming the Super Bowl type of thing. That is something we're looking at. I've asked Eric Pierce, he's a IT professional, a member of our community, and he's working with me to provide some options on what that will be. So that's the Wi-Fi. The second that I'll talk about is the event center, the acoustics problem we've had in that building. You go in there and it's like an echo chamber. It's really difficult to conduct meetings. We have acquired some felt acoustic panels. They will be installed sometime in the month of May, with the goal of being able to use that building for more than it is now. So, for example, we could have board meetings in that venue, which I think would be a good thing to do long term. So, and the acoustics were provided by Mike's company, and Meg has been driving that, and it's been something that we've been trying to do for a very long time. And so that should be done by next board meeting. The third thing that I'll talk about is just the marina rights agreement. We have had good conversations with Lauren, and the next step is to just start diving into the meat of that agreement. But we are aligned. He wants that marina to always be a marina for our community, and so do we. We just need to figure out a way to make that happen.
Very good. Any questions? Any questions from the office or from the audience here, from out in the folks that have attended? Very cool. All right. Their secretary.
As far as I know, everybody is up to speed with their emails, with the new email. I believe Tom is good to go with his now, correct, Tom?
Yeah, in fact, I'd appreciate it if everybody stopped sending to my personal email account so that we can have this, communications archived.
Correct. Yes, everybody start using the board of director emails. Everybody should have up-to-date contact information. The only information I don't have is committees that have not been filled yet completely. That's the only contact information I don't have to pass on.
Yeah, just to dovetail off of that, if I miss somebody on a communication that's a committee member, if I don't have my email list is just not that deep yet. I want to keep everybody as informed on everything that's going on as much as possible and be as transparent as I possibly can. So I'm going to have to make sure that list, and that's on me to get that list up to date with everybody. There could be 30 people on that list. I might have to enlist some help there, Michelle, to make sure my computer list is accurate. So thanks, Dave. Anything else?
That's it.
Any questions for Dave? Juan, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the right question for Dave, but on the agendas, are those going, the agenda and the consent agenda, is the board going to post those on the website pre-meeting for people like us to be aware of what the meeting will be about or what is in the consent agenda? I don't think it was posted this time. Is that something that will be done in the future or not?
Yes, it will be. And that's part of the forgiving part. All right. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question to see that for future we would know.
So Ed, just so you know,
Yep.
for the past year, we do post them. They go out on the 3-Hour Rec site. You have to log in to see them. Just like the sharing of this Zoom, you have to log in. And if you don't, you're not going to see them. They're not a public document. So that's really hard because people forget that they have to log into the 3-Hour Rec site.
Oh, to get to the next level. Okay.
To get through the security. And then we started and we've had success, but we started also uploading. So if you're on Zoom, for those that don't know how to go there, you can go into your documents that are on Zoom and see all the agendas that were uploaded to, just to try to make it a little bit easier when you're actually in the meeting to grab them. That doesn't help the people that are sitting in the room, obviously, but.
Okay. And just to let you know, anytime we do have an issue that needs to be corrected on any level, what we'll do is, in the interest of time, we will pass on that moment and we will bring it into new business, but we will continue with approval of our consent agenda minutes, so on and so forth, so we can keep rolling with the meeting. Okay, very good. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Tom McGuire, treasurer, for your report out.
Good morning, everyone. Just a heads up, I had a orientation meeting with Julie at Fieldstone. I think it went very, very well. We had a bit of a hiccup this spring here with assessments. People that signed up for the auto pay had that money retrieved from their accounts on April 1st. I've instructed Fieldstone to move that to May 1st. So there'll be a 30-day window so that the folks that have selected auto pay don't pay 2 full months in advance. I did reach out to Umpqua Bank. I need today's approved minutes in order to establish my bona fides with them to take control of the Umpqua account. The Umpqua account is an account that we used solely for the convenience of processing cash, things like any cash that rolls in from garbage, etc. And we have Fieldstone does not have access to that money, so sometimes we end up in a bit of a cash flow pinch. So when I get control of that account, we'll be sweeping Umpqua Bank on a monthly basis and moving that over to Premier Bank, which is where Fieldstone pays our bills. We also have used Umpqua Bank for payment of a few utility things. I think Propecia, whatever. I'm going to dive in a little deeper there and see if we can't get all of our payables coming out of Premier Bank via Fieldstone. And we are going to order one debit card for the secretary to use for expenses that may occur for supplies, things like that in the office. That will come through Pacific Premier Bank. I will not have a debit card. If anybody from the office needs something and they can't get a hold of Dave, I'll be happy to get that for them on Amazon, and I'll just put an expense report in just like everybody else. I will mention we are on a cash accounting system. We're not on an accrual basis. So it's very important. Cash accounting is very much like running your checkbook. I would really appreciate it if you have expenses to make sure that they get processed in the month that your expense report goes in the same month that your expense was created, to the extent that we possibly can. Certainly like to have everything into the office by the third week of the month so that that can get processed and sent off to Fieldstone, and we have as accurate a financial picture as we possibly can moving forward. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Very cool. Any questions for Tom? I have all the confidence in the world that Tom's gonna get things squared away moving forward in that department. So I appreciate your efforts, Tom.
I just like to jump in real quick and just say, nothing bad is happening. I'm just trying to streamline a few things. Everything, the money's being accounted for properly. Everything is fine. It's just we can tighten up a few things and make everybody's job a little easier.
Very good. All right. Board Director 5. I just have to get used to calling people by Board Director 5. I like names better than I do, but that's what I got on my list. So Board Director 5, please report out.
Yeah, this is Tammy Carpenter. So we had 2 applications received for new builds. The first one I went and looked at on April 19th. And then I looked at the other one yesterday and recommend to approve both of those. That's about it for the architectural committee. The Big Canyon Gun Club, we had a work party. About half of the work has been completed. We have individuals that are volunteering to complete the rest of the items. Brought up the road, moving the road to the Rabine, is that how you say his name?
Property line, yes.
Yeah, and so that's up to the board here. The archery plan, that's gonna be up and running midsummer, which that'll be great and a lot of fun for the people that like to, or that are archerists, is that what you call that? And then the 10,000 from 3
Three Rivers, we are gonna focus on getting the steps to the rifle range and concrete underneath the shooting bench, and then the remaining will be the chemicals for the spray for fall, so then weeds don't come up in the spring. Our website is up, which is amazing, and you can renew your memberships on there, and hopefully we will get more members since it's easier to sign up. And that's all I have.
And we have a question up there.
Oh.
Is it appropriate to state that address of the new builds?
Oh, I don't know that answer.
Is it appropriate to state the addresses
Addresses.
of the new builds?
What you got?
I guess that's just to put on the website that here's the addresses of anybody that's building, has a new, you know, a new barnuminium or a new home. Is that what I'm reading into that?
Say what came in, the ones you were just talking about.
Yeah. I don't know what's appropriate or not.
Yeah, I don't either on that one.
It's public information if you go to Jefferson County.
Once they get their permit.
Huh?
Once they get their permit.
Once
This
you
is
get
their
permit.
technical
You're right,
packet.
you're right, you're right.
I think it's, I mean, I think it'd probably be okay because it's a disclosure thing. So I know, like, you know, I live in Oregon City, and so when they do a new subdivision and it's around my area, Clackamas County sends out letters, and so we can have a, you know, if we were like, no, I don't want you to do that, that we can go to the public forum and say, hey, I don't agree with this because of this or whatever. So I would think that it's okay.
So Teresa is the one that's been heading up the architectural packets. I'm just, a question to the board. Do you see any reason why once we receive an architectural packet, we couldn't put it into the document section under architectural, that here's a packet that's been submitted? Is there any
My only-
confidentiality issue there?
Well, there's phone numbers and stuff like that on there,
Okay.
so I don't think we should give out people's personal information.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think that's appropriate. If that's the question that they're asking, they just want an address for the new build.
Yeah,
I don't have an answer for that one. I just
I
don't.
think,
So,
I think if
Past.
can I jump in here? I think,
yeah, go ahead, Tom.
would be a great thing if we just listed, you know, the address. It might help with compliance, because I'm sure when buildings go up, people might think, I wonder if that got approved. So, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with just putting the, you know, the latest approvals up for everybody to see.
Tammy, does that sound like something easy to just give to communications? Here's a new address for an application for a build? No
Yeah.
names, no, just the Three Rivers address?
yeah,
All
I
right,
can do that.
does that sound reasonable? We all in on that? Kyle, you had a question?
Well, I just was curious, what have we done in the past that, it seems like if there's a new build that's gonna happen, or if somebody has submitted a packet for consideration and it was approved, seems like we should be able to put the address on it. But I don't know that we've ever done it in the past.
Yeah, I don't know what the intent of asking that question is. I'm sure it's nothing, it's just pretty simple for a transparency point of, hey, there's an, you know. I don't see any problem with it, but we have a couple of questions in the back, so please, yeah. Those are
Well,
Mr.
I was
Geisler.
wondering, this is Randy Geisler. I was wondering if that is necessary in answer to the person's question, since I don't believe the way we're set up, what Tammy did to approve or not to approve, whatever, that's not like the same idea as what the county does when they get a permit and send out all this crap. It's not that kind of a forum type situation. So from that standpoint, it seems like not as much need.
Well, yeah,
And I don't know as far as otherwise, if it's a county question on a permit, won't notice be given by the county on those things?
yeah, that's a good point, but I don't want to make a meal out of this, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the intent was. I think it's just a pretty simple, easy question. So Randy, do you have any comments on the back? Just
Historically, the association has not provided information,
Especially private.
on property.
Okay,
Yeah, we've never done it.
All right, so we haven't done it in the past. If it's just a simple, statement, I don't see any problem with it. Does anybody see any, as long as there's no confidential information, we could probably handle that easy enough, right?
Yeah, I think it just if we are only providing the property address.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's put that down in the new business, because I want to have a little more discussion on it. So let's move along and we'll just put it in the new business on that one. Address for new construction. Okay, thanks for the question. Anything else? Otherwise, I'm gonna move on to our board director number 6. Mike.
And that's Mike McAdams. So I had a meeting on the 22nd with Jeff and John, and then I've had Mary Graff be my co-chair. And I've learned lots of new rules and stuff that have not been printed out from last year. And is this the time, Ed, I need to talk about it now, or is it later when we do our other stuff?
Actually, I've got rules and regulations down as new business, so you can
Okay.
spend more time there for
Okay,
that.
perfect.
Just give us a quick, just like an update of what you've been doing and so on.
So I learned a lot. I didn't realize there were so many rules and stuff, but Jeff has helped me a lot. And I don't know what else to say. I've learned quite a bit. And I do know I need to find 3 more committees on my
Three more people.
yes. So I'd like to put that out later too, or now would be fine.
Very good.
That's about it.
Well, you've got 2 great people between Jeff Thompson and John Goffred that can bring you up to speed on everything. You got great
It
resources.
really helped me a lot.
But their tenure is over.
Yeah, they're over.
Yeah. So I appreciate the month-to-month continuation of your extension of your committee time to help Mike out. So thank you in advance for that. All right. Any questions? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Board Director 7.
Director 7, Steve Grenier. So my monthly goal was to secure a contract for professional security company. I failed in that process. We started too late in the year. Everybody's booked up. I contacted Compass Security. They no longer offer what we require or what we're asking for. They've taken that out of their offers. They recommended Gold Security. He does do what we need done, but he is backed up. We'll be talking to him this fall, getting ready for the following year. So I called a couple other companies with no answer. Right now, we are going to be totally dependent on the 3R volunteer watch group. I believe that we can do that. We're going to have a meeting the 4th at 1 o'clock at the rec event center. There's no issues with that, doing it ourselves, as long as we do not try and do anything more than watch and report. So that is going to be the main feature, watch and report. We do need to show a presence, just like the professional security does. They drive around, they've got their logos on their vehicles and, their clothing. We do have budget money for the security that obviously isn't going to be spent. I would like to spend a little bit of that money for some vests and clothing, not a lot, but so that the volunteers actually are uniformed, so that people know that people are watching.
Okay.
So we have some hot spots. The airstrip is a hot spot for drag racing. Main things, fires that aren't supposed to be done, try and stop that. Call the fire department. Drag racing. Everybody's main complaints is noise, drag racing, accidents, that kind of thing. So it's Call 911 when it's appropriate, call the fire department when it's appropriate, document it on our website. You know, all landowners need to be part of the watch group, even if they're not wearing a vest. Report it, take a picture, put it on our website. There's a form easily obtained where?
On the website.
On the website.
Right on the very front, right next to payments. matter of
Right next to payments. So, that's what we'll be doing. And, you know, I don't see a problem with it. The volunteers are pretty, energetic. And I think it can be done, so I'm not too worried about it.
Do you have, somebody, I think it was Kyle was mentioning, do you have, handsets now for two-way?
Yes, Stephanie is my chairperson and she did get her back worked on this morning.
So the volunteer, we attended one of the last meetings and we recognized that they did not have radios. We thought it was appropriate for the volunteer fund to fund that. They are in the office right now. There's 6 radios. We should probably at the meeting on the 4th, make sure everybody understands how to use those. They have headsets. Everybody needs to be on the same channel, but it'll improve communication. It's just a FRMS radio. You know, they're nothing secure, you know, that anybody else that has a radio like that could hear what's going on, but it'll be a great way to communicate between the front gate, the office, the garbage, anybody down on the beach. You know, they have a, you know, mile range type of thing. So they'll have those, for Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, and I don't want to take away from your report out later on volunteer fund, but we have the ability to get to, with the Wi-Fi down there, we have a better way of picking up like sheriff for voting and stuff. If there's any kind of issue or something for 911 with that, we have.
So there's 2 ways to communicate. Most cellular phones now, you'll see a SOS in your upper part of your phone. You could always get 911 out, not always, but oftentimes you get 911 out. If you have a cell phone and you're connected to the Wi-Fi, and we will have signs on the beach by Memorial Day weekend, what the network is, what the password is, and you're on the network, you could get a phone call out, you could get a text out, you get email out. For phones, sometimes you need to go into a setting in your phone under cellular and there's an option called Wi-Fi assist or Wi-Fi something under the cellular connection. And that basically just makes that Wi-Fi tower a cellular network. So I've had people that have had a hard time getting a phone call out. They didn't have the Wi-Fi assist on. So we'll have to maybe make some announcements on how to do that.
Yeah, you helped me with that on my phone call out of there, and I really appreciate that. Steve, just real quick before we move on, you have discretion funds, you have a budget within your department, so feel free to use your discretionary funds for the purchase of, you know, the uniform or the vest or whatever you need. Just go through and submit it to Tom Fieldstone, and we'll go through the Avid Exchange program for expense approval. So to let everybody know, Avid Exchange, as a reminder, and for those that are new, everything is electronic now. When you submit your expense reports to Tom and to Fieldstone, it will go through the Avid Exchange program for 2 levels of authorization. It'll go to Tom first as a primary, and then it will come to me as a secondary. Tom and I are still working that out because Avid Exchange is a new app that we have to get used to using, but that's the plan moving forward. Tom, you got anything additional on that for Avid Exchange?
No, it's been working fine. It's just rack space is a little clunky, and it's not easy to do on a cell phone. So I'm doing my best to open up my computer 3 or 4 times a day, which is not my normal routine. But yeah, we'll get through it. It's awesome.
Okay, very cool. Thanks. Anything else, Steve?
Just to finish up, so again, our meeting is the 4th at 1 o'clock at the event center
What meeting is that?
for the 3RW watch group.
Okay, and is that posted?
We'll make plans. Yes, it's posted.
Okay, very good.
So we'll have a plan, and then I see that our next meeting is the 18th.
Yes, it'd be the 3rd Sunday of the month. Yeah.
Okay, so the 18th, so I'll give you an update on that meeting. or my chairperson will then, and, lay out the whole setup.
Awesome. And then, for me, I'm gonna go through my consent agenda. Dave Towery and I met with Fieldstone, on April 2nd, reviewed the contract and the scope of work. We went through it line by line with them to nausea. It was about a 3-hour meeting. We also quickly met with Bruce Lepore, talking to him about, some of the things that we need to address, legal wise, and so forth, but mostly procedural stuff when it comes to our meetings and so forth. We met with Kevin and I, Fitzpatrick. We met with Jeff Curl from Tri-County Paving on April 14th. We also met, I've been meeting individual with each board member, the communications team members, committee chair people, as many folks as I possibly can. As you have your meetings, I will attend those as much as my schedule will allow. My intent is to meet at every one, just to see what's going on and more or less to just become aware of what's happening. That's my whole goal here. Bulk of the time I spent was reviewing the past president's emails from January of last year, all the minutes, both what was printed and recorded via Zoom and the chat and everything else. Believe me, it was just absolute brain damage to have a 4-hour, to go through a 4-hour, chat GPT, whatever it's called, to see everything going on, to try to make sense of things. I just felt I had to do that to get up to speed as much as possible. And that includes the annual meeting recording that was put in there. Review the website, HOA start, Proptia gate system, reviewing all the government documents, CCRs, rules, regs, bylaws. Met with Lauren Stills regarding the marina preservation, along with Kyle Thompson. Met with the preservation team. We discussed the marina rights agreement and beginning the process for creation of that agreement. Met with the treasurer to debrief after Tom's meeting with Fieldstone. Very good, very positive. Reached out to 2 contractor bids for the spray of the common area parking lots and the areas around the office area, including the garbage dumpsters and so forth. The winning bid was Mike Patton, and did a nice job, and he got all that done prior to the Easter event. Received the Jefferson County Sheriff's notice of a sheriff's sale that's going on in Three Rivers property. Someone has gone through the whole process, and the sheriff is doing a sale of that piece. They are not in arrears with their obligations for assessments for Three Rivers. We checked the collection report and so on and so forth. They're up to speed. This is just merely a sheriff's sale for whatever reason. And that's going to be at the Sheriff's County office in Madras on May 28th. And I provided the list, or the address and the information for that. I have it, and I will make sure and give that to Michelle so she can scan it in and post it on the website. So for those that are interested in a piece of property in Three Rivers, it's coming up for sale through the sheriff's office. Regarding my commitments, creation of the consent agenda, minutes, financials, changing that process. And then last but not least, I just want to clear up any myths. I like to try to do any myth busting as we go forward, because the Three Rivers campfire talking always get a little out of hand. So we did have someone that reached out to OLCC about the Easter event. And so I called the gentleman personally and had some talk with him. His name was Gary Wilcox from OLCC. And he was very, very nice. He was very informative and very helpful. So when someone initiated a inquiry about the event and anything having to do with alcohol, he just merely, his job was to follow up, make sure there was a permit. So he's just chasing down the permit for the event. And it was very informative, very helpful. I got on my computer, he walked me through the OLCC website to find the correct location for filling out a permit. And at the end of the day, it was very informative, very positive. There was no, we did something wrong. There was no fines, no issue that way. He was just very informative, letting us know that as a process, and I shared this with Kyle, and I don't know if I shared with Meg yet, but certainly for the volunteer fund moving forward for that event, the permit cost is $0 for us. I gave them all our information that we are a nonprofit. So 3 weeks out before the event, we fill out the form online and we're good to go. There's no cost to the association and all's good. So that was very cool. He did want the information for who the retail outlet was that was providing the auction and both the alcohol materials that were bottled, not open, but bottled, and all the additional stuff, the stuffed emu, the golf bags, all that other end cap stuff that they provided. Only because the maximum amount of a fee, according to Gary, was $50. So if there's a pass through for the donation, and there's no markup, there's no cost. But if there is a percentage that the retail outlet, the owners would of the liquor stores, if they elect to mark it up with a small percentage, the maximum is a $50 fee. Permit fee. So I can't see any reason why. I can't speak for on behalf of the volunteer fund, but for $50 for the huge donation, I don't think we'd have a problem coughing up to $50 for the company to fill out their application for the permit about 3 weeks in advance online, and it's done. So it was a very positive, very informative call. So no issues, no fines, no fees, no derogatory. It was all very, very good. Meg.
We also now have to have it for bingo. We have to have that same permit. Well, it's not that liquor permit, but we have to do the same thing. So I think it's $30.
Yeah, so I would encourage the volunteer fundraising committee to just reach out and take a look at that site and see what it is. Yeah, just fill it out online. We're good to go and no worries there. So no issues. So that's the myth bust.
Yep.
Okay. And that's it for me. Any questions regarding my report out? Okay. With that, this is where we get into a little more detail with the committee reports. First up is going to be Lake Chinook Fire and Rescue. Steve, I know you've had some contact with them. I did get in touch with Jim Fournier, and so if I'm not raining on a parade for that, but Jim wanted to remind everybody that he's got family in town, so he couldn't be here for this meeting. But they're having a barbecue, and it's basically their community barbecue and Firewise annual meeting. It's Saturday, May 10th. I think that might be a calendar item. Is that something on the calendar? Okay, very good. It's from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that's where they're going to discuss, as they have for us in the past, the levy update, where they're at with that, the reasons why, and it's just their basic annual Firewise meeting. So it's good that they will be representing, moving forward with their monthly meetings and annual meetings and so forth. So it's very, very positive. Anybody have anything on LCF&R? Okay. Same thing with Firewise. Is there any reports on Firewise or anything additional?
I don't have anything for you.
Okay. Good. Treasurer Tom, anything additional that you would like to fill us in on?
Just that a couple things I need to look into are 24 taxes. I'm told that they are on extension. I'm gonna have to reach out to our accounting firm and find out what's going on there, because that's not something that we can let slide. And other than that, getting to Umpqua Bank and establishing control of that account. Umpqua Bank, by the way, is going to change names. I don't know if it's changing ownership, but that'll be something that's coming down the road.
Okay, very good. With that, roads, Kevin, did you have anything you'd like to give us an update on?
Sure. We had my name's Kevin Fitzpatrick. I'm the new roads chair. We had a meeting, our first meeting yesterday. Committee members that, present were myself, Randy Panic, Ed Check, and Mike Fisher. That's all. I put a notice out and that's about all I got. It's still open. We had several people in attendance yesterday. We had no minutes to approve. The budget for 2025 is $22,000. So we'll work within that budget. The work that we've got scheduled to complete this year. We got common areas sprayed, as Ed said already. We're gonna clean up the shoulder from on Lakeview from Fly Creek to the Memorial Wall. We have a bid from Mike Patton on that presently. We're gonna do the pothole repair at Upper Canyon Rim Drive, Lakeview, and Airfield mostly. We met with Jeff Curl and we're waiting on a bid from him, which we'll get in the next couple of weeks. Tentative start date is in June. If we have funds left over, we'll do some crack seal as allowed and mainly on Lakeview. Old business, as mentioned by Tammy, was altering Rifle Range Road to allow for the expansion of the gun club and moving the gate above the gun club to lock it during the fire season. I put out for bid to help with that work. 2 bids were presented and 1 property owner volunteered his services to perform the work, less materials. So it was discussed at the meeting, and I presented it to board members to talk about it today to get approval to move forward with that work, purchasing the rock and 8 contractors. We talked about an SDC fee for new construction, new buildings. Then that was brought to attention to Steve Grenier and I, and so that's line item to be discussed. The assessment for this year, we have roughly $170,000 to work with. So get our bids together and see what we can do. And as Ed mentioned, I'll put together a plan this year, 5-year and a 10-year, try to front load it so we can get some major work done, as some of the roads, especially Upper Canyon's in pretty bad shape. The pump house is now under the roads. It's not in working order right now, but it will be in the next week or so. And then Mike Fisher and I looked at it yesterday, and we're gonna build a wall in there with a door in between to protect the new equipment. So, and that'll be done hopefully before it starts up. My next meeting is May 17th at 9 AM at the event center. That's my report.
Very cool. Well, I'm gonna dovetail off of that as well. Does anybody have any questions for Kev, by the way, before I expand on that roads a little bit?
Yes, what?
Yes.
I know that in our landowners manual, you're supposed to have culverts for every driveway. Is that under roads or is that under 10?
Better roads.
Under roads. So when she gets a building permit, like thing with the 2 that are being built, should they be putting culverts in?
Well, they should, yes.
But
We've fought that for years.
yeah.
You know, some of them actually don't need them.
Oh, I agree.
But yeah, no, it should be done, man. It's actually required by the Jefferson County.
Is it? And then they don't follow.
Well, no, because we're private in here, so they don't snow plow, they don't do anything, but it is required.
Okay, just
So-
wondered, because I mean, this last winter was so wet and it was so much water.
Yeah, and you know, I drive around a lot, right? I see a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to police.
Right.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it probably should be in with the architectural path.
I think it should be too.
I agree.
Any other questions? Okay. So, also my responsibility is roads, as well, and I'm one of Kevin's, committee members. One of the things that we are required to do is provide access for every property owner to have road access to their property. So right now, Mr. Rabine, who's been very generous to the association, the agreement we have with him is for 5, we annexed him in with 5 lots. I'm not sure how many of those he's gonna be able to construct. We talked about it yesterday, and it's, we're not sure how many he's actually gonna be able to actually go all the way to fruition, to be able to sell and so forth. As each lot is sold, $10,000 will be given to the association. And this is on top of the 40 acres that he also donated as part of being able to secure our border over there and vacate the road and secure our access, to keep our access into Three Rivers private instead of public. So the big argument, not big argument, but the big ask from John, his concern at the rifle range, he's not here today, but I'm going to speak a little on his behalf, is during fire season, we have to shut down the rifle range. And right now, if we use the gate that's there currently, it would impede access for any of the lots into the Rabine property, because that road would be shut off due to fire danger. So what we're proposing is to move, and Kevin and I walked the property. Kevin got his 3 bids. I actually got 2 bids, which he revealed yesterday and opened them up and showed us what the bids were. And he also secured a 3rd offer, which is just really generous from a property owner. And by moving the road now, before we invest any time into it, we can actually bypass the rifle range for the access into the new Rabine entrance. It's a 700-yard distance, and Kevin put together the scope, the depth of the gravel, the requirements, the width, the compaction, shoulder work, and everything. And so what that will allow us to do is be able to take the existing gate that goes down into the rifle range and position that as such, so we can block off the rifle range during fire season and still allow access into the new lots that have been annexed into Three Rivers. So as a side benefit, that will also give the range the extra room for the collection pond, archery, extension for distance shooting, and so on and so forth. So the real question is, how do we fund this? So Kevin's bid, one was, and you have to correct me on this, Kev, one was for 80,000 with a plan A. Another one I think was 70,000 for a plan B, or 60,000 for plan B. The other consideration was just under 50,000. But Kevin, through his relationship with one of the property owners, and this is what's cool about having great relationships with folks, we have an offer of, if we supply the gravel and culverts probably come into play, all of the construction requirements, grading, the installation, everything has to do with that road. All we would have to come up with is the gravel and the culverts and maybe some miscellaneous pieces appropriately. That's going to be pretty close to about a $30,000 savings to the association by doing this. So this is a pretty unique opportunity to take advantage of it. But the real question is, how do we pay for that, for this project? So Kevin has his funds outside of the assessment that he put together for the 5-year plan. That's really, that money is designed for road repair and maintenance, but not for new road construction. So the thought to fund this project, Kevin's got some pretty good, he's got some funds available to him, but it's not going to be enough for this project. Kev, what do you estimate would be the total cost if we use the plan, the 3rd option, the 3rd plan by the generous property owner to take advantage of that?
Somewhere between 30 and 35,000. They were gonna give me a yardage, a tonnage today. on Zach.
Okay,
I met with all three of them yesterday and discussed the bid opening and how it would go.
so what's the shortfall that you have now? What do you have available versus the what, you know, what's our
Well, I have
shortfall?
170,000 in our assessment fund, but that assessment fund was raised before the deal with Rayvine was made, and that money should not go to this. I have $10,000 in the road maintenance fund, which, you know, could, but I think back in the day, this money was to come, it was a legal deal that we did in annexation, so I don't see why it should come out of the funds for the roads, so. As you know, I presented some ideas yesterday where to find the money. That's the board's decision, but, so I think I got a $30,000 to $35,000 shortfall. The gun club offered to take part of their $10,000 to help. Because they're benefiting from this, and so. And I talked with John about that yesterday.
So he offered 5,000, I
Well,
think.
he did, yeah, he did. He really want to, he did.
Yeah, I know, he's done a phenomenal job there with the budget that he has, and the volunteer labor part of it is really what makes that, and his coordination is really what makes the rifle range shine
And I
right
can take it
now.
from him. And, you know, the members are benefiting from it, you know, a lot of people enjoy that, you know, so I don't know, that's up to the board. To decide on some of your funds that you talk about.
Well, be agree and see what's, you know, because he's not obligated, but he may, we're gonna present to him a conversation that maybe we can see if he can participate at some level, just because the sooner we get this road in, the easier it'll be for him to be able to sell those lots. So it's really helpful. He's been good for us, and so we want to be good for him as well. So when it comes to the funding, the reason why I bring all this up is we do have, and I'm in agreement, those funds for the assessment should not be used. But I'm going to rely on Tom to give some of his input as treasurer on this as well. But looking back through our budget and what we have available in our various accounts, we do have a legal fund in there that was designed for the 577 Road, Sparks Road, Del Monte issue regarding the road access and so on and so forth. Well, that money was earmarked and set in that account just for that, and it's just sitting there, and it's sitting there idle. It's not to be used. It was not designed to be used for anything else other than that issue, and that issue has been resolved. So we have in our funds $38,445.70 in account 11,200. And so I would like to propose to the board for discussion and then for a vote to use that fund to transfer that over into Kevin's road restricted fund to be able to use for funding for that road. We have a shortfall, and this will more than cover that expense. Plus, you just never know what's going to pop up along the way. So I would really like to be able to have a discussion about using those funds for this roads project.
So, you know, so just so everybody knows, when we did this thing originally with Rayvine, the annexation, we allowed $20,000, and that was in 2020. And then with the pandemic and with setbacks, you know, so originally the board was somewhere we had the money to do it. So we're only talking about next to a volunteer, you know, what, 10 or 15,000 more dollars, but so at any rate, just, you know, that was part of the agreement. The deal. So.
Yeah, and it's a very generous offer for us to just materials, and they provide all the labor and the track hose and the you know, I mean, we may even want to offer up their fuel bill, but knowing how things work in Three Rivers, it's hard to get anybody to submit, you know, I'll cover the bill, but it's a very generous offer.
No, I had a question.
Oh,
Where was, I don't remember reading anywhere that we had to provide access to people's property.
I'd have to go back through the bylaws, but our assumption has always been that anybody that has a lot in Three Rivers, you know, we provide access for them to get into their lot. It just makes sense.
So,
So
let
then we saw that
me explain that.
You're, it's up to you.
Explain a little bit. So it wasn't providing access, it was improving a road, is what it was, and that's all that was. It was improving that lower road, which I was gonna do back then, and we didn't do it. And now that the gun club got 40 acres, well, they came up with ideas that road's in their way. And they wanna use all that 20 acres, and they won't be able to use that 20 acres how they want to unless the road is moved. And so instead of spending the 20 to improve that road, it was gonna be 50,000 to build a new road. And then we had a volunteer say, hey, look, I'm willing to help you guys out. You give me the rock, we'll move that road. So
But on that too, where is it our responsibility?
it's on our land now. It's on our common area. It's common area property is what it is.
Okay,
And
so they're crossing common area property to get to there.
just correct, just like Mr. Spencer was to get to his property.
Plus, when we close and lock that gate via Lake Chinook Fire and Rescue, you are eliminating the property owner from accessing his property or anybody else going to his property. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to take,
My
so,
other thing is, okay,
go ahead.
you're thinking about taking money from a legal fund. And I'm worried that we're gonna come up with another crazy idea to sue somebody or stop somebody or get sued by somebody, and then we're not gonna have the money.
Well, I understand your concern there, but we'll consider it now today before we, you know, put in our you know, approval or our motion and so forth, and the board will decide.
Should we need a legal?
Yes, yes, there are two legal funds. So one is a fund in our budget that we support out of our general fund.
Uh-huh.
And that's the one we use for, if I have to make a phone call or or we have to have a meeting with legal over a matter, that's there and handle that. This is just one that was set aside to be used for an issue that is no longer an issue. So the money is sitting there idle, doing nothing. So this is a real good opportunity to be able to get this accomplished. Okay, please.
Randy Geisler, question that it's probably relevant to what you're saying. As you said, that was a special assessment fund, a fund created by special assessment. The question I have, is there a legal question with respect to the members having to okay the change of use on that money? Or can the board unilaterally do that with a fund that's created that way? I don't know the answer to the question, but I think it's relevant to what you'd like to try to do.
Yeah.
It was a special assessment.
All right.
Well, the legal was a special assessment over the matters that Ed mentioned.
Right.
And that's why, you know, what we voted in as a special assessment, unless my memory is shot.
No, it's okay. Randy, you have a comment?
Yeah, to answer your question over there in regards to Randy Panic. Mr. Rabine vacated CR 311. That was a county road that was going to be open to public access.
Yes.
So part of that, so by cutting that off, you can't leave a lot landlocked. So you have to. So he had, before he had 311, but he helped the association by vacating. Therefore, we have to provide them.
I get that we feel this commitment to him, and I understand that we need to do things legally and correctly. But I just want to make sure that people aren't jumping in and going, well, we'll just spend this money because we have it, because we feel like we are obligated to do it. I want to make sure that I understand that it's really necessary for you to spend the money that I put in there. That's all.
So on that legal assessment, you know, I was on the board when all that happened. And
Yes.
involved in a lot of that. And a lot of that money was to make happen what Randy just said, vacate those two roads. And for your information, in 2002, I tried to vacate both those roads for $100,000 and the board turned me down. They said that's crazy. And we spent 1.2 million defending it until Mr. Spencer came in and spent, I don't know what,
Over $1 million.
to buy it. So what Randy says, he was protecting us, and so our commitment to him was, we'll improve that road for you if you do this, and so that's it. I mean, there's nothing more or nothing less, and I personally, I just use that old road, but the gun club wants to move it for the safety of the homeowners and the safety of the shooters. Well, yeah, the people that are shooting and then all the kids that are riding the bike. So we felt this was a fair deal for everybody. And then when a volunteer called me this week and said, I heard what's going on, I'd be willing, I know you guys don't have the money, I'm willing to provide all the labor to do this in the next month if you provide all the materials.
Yeah, you don't have to sell me on
Right. So if I could just end cap this because Randy's concerned, and Malet's concerned, it all makes sense. So this is, and this is what I'm proposing to the board. The whole concept behind what we did for the protecting our access into Three Rivers with that road with Mr. Raybine, an argument can be made that, and I feel that it's very defendable, that the funds were related to this issue about controlling that road to make sure that we're private and not public. So there is a relationship there with the reasons for the funds. And now we're finishing up the very end of that and finalizing that whole issue. So with the transfer of these funds, we'll be able to fund the road. We'll be able to move it. The gun club is happy with what they're doing. The security and especially any of the fire danger issues are handled at the same time. It's a win-win from all parties, and these funds are just sitting there doing nothing anyhow. So
that he sells those lots, we get our dues from those lots.
that's correct. That's correct.
And
$10,000 a lot. But I want to wrap this up so we can move to the next. If you have something within 3 minutes, Randy, go for it.
Within 3 minutes, what you just said.
If not, I've got my egg timer right here and I'm going to time you.
Yeah, well, what you said, making that perfectly clear to the members, saw now when it's posting, because that was a special assessment fund. It's a little vague what that's, because of all the things that are involved. I can see your argument, and I'm in agreement with your argument. We're avoiding legal problems by doing what we already agreed to do with Grapevine, and therefore it might fall under legal, right? But I believe it should be explained to the members so that there's no subsequent issue, because everybody understands that it's a legitimate transfer of the funds from the one account to the other, just to make it feel.
Okay, that's very well stated. It's here in our public meeting and it's now part of the minutes. So,
Okay.
Steve, one comment here real quick, please.
Just a question. Did we ever get a hold of Raybine and say if he wanted to contribute to this?
We reached
They have
out.
a conference call today with him later.
Yeah,
So we're not
Thanks,
doing this
Kev.
today. We're not making a decision today anyway.
he would be plus on top of this. So we're trying to handle this internally. He's under no obligation for the additional, but we're going to ask.
So
It doesn't hurt to ask.
the reason I'm asking is that would sway my vote if Raybine's gonna contribute.
Okay, well, that's your right to do so.
I'm just,
So it's in process, Steve. It's in process, but this is the intent and this is a good cause. This is a good thing. So it's up to you. That's your decision.
it's not, you took that wrong. I'm hoping that he will see the benefit of that and help us out.
Don't know, but we are reaching out to them as part of our due diligence, but we're up against a time issue here, because if we don't get started on this project right away, pretty soon the environment's gonna change and we won't be able to get in.
Yeah, and they probably should have handled it last year, to be frank.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna close the comments on this thing because I do want to make a motion. Well, actually, I would ask for a motion from the group, from the board members. And my suggestion is a motion to approve the transfer of the funds from this unused legal account over into roads so that we can fund this roads project through Three Rivers Common Area to the front, to the property line of the Rabine annexation property. Does somebody want to make that motion?
Let's get it printed out here first so we can see what
Your
we're
motion
talking
is to
about.
transfer
Oh, okay. There you go.
To transfer the legal fund to the general fund?
It would be account 11-200 PPB legal of $38,445.70.
Like 38,000, sorry.
38,445.70. And we want to transfer that to account. Kev, which account do you want to run that into?
Well, I would probably do it on the maintenance one, that's out of, not the 11,500. You have my notes.
Okay.
Avoid confusion.
Yeah,
I don't
so
like confusion.
55,300.
That's confused if you mix those two counts together now, I'm glad you account for that.
well, the assessment was 99005 account. I know that one real well, but the other one is the Kev,
55,300.
55,300.
Somebody's offered it.
That's basically road maintenance. And also on that, just so people know, on the left, but, we are, going to grade out the road where we're moving the, gate. Cause that road, that gets used by a ton of people, and so we're trying to improve that road.
Okay,
Hey, Ed,
yes.
this is Mike. I just had a question. There's two questions. Do we have to have permits to put this road in? And what's the big hurry? I just want to know.
So, I'll answer your question in a second. Let's get a second on this. So we have
That's the actual motion that you want.
who's making this motion? Sorry.
I'll make that motion. Motion to transfer legal funds from account 11-200 PPB legal of $38,445.70 to account 55300 road maintenance. This is Kyle Thompson.
So this doesn't designate what we're spending it on.
Yeah,
We're just
so-
moving it so that we can. decide.
Let's add into that, for the,
It's the improvement of the rifle range road is what it is.
okay, for improvement of the improvements of Rifle Range Road to, Rabine annexed property.
That's honestly not why I brought that up.
No, it's okay. It's all right. No, yeah, we'll do, Rabine, I don't know how you spell Rabine,
There's
but
no cheat, that's good.
there you go.
Yes.
You got it.
What?
So, hey,
Let me
we have, hang on,
clarify.
before you go for any further, so do we have a second on this motion?
I'll second Tammy Carpenter.
Tammy Carpenter seconds. Now we can have discussion on it. Sorry, Steve.
Make a motion, we change that. We just had. It was fine before you added what it was gonna go to. I'm okay with moving the money so that it's accessible. But I would rather have a motion made where how we're gonna spend it. So you move the money so that it's able to be spent. You're making a motion to move it so it can be spent, and you're putting it what it's gonna be spent for. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so,
I'm thinking Connie, so Connie Hines has a comment up there.
yeah, before we get to Connie, so let's make an amendment
To that motion.
to that
To
motion.
remove what you. Mostly.
Let's hang on a sec. Let's don't get too far in the weeds. Let's just make this as simple as possible. We know what our intent is, so.
Amend the motion to remove. For the improvements of the Rifle Range Road to Rabine's annex property.
Spelling is because you all are watching me. That's a good.
It is true.
I would say annex into Three Rivers property, because it's annexed into, because his property is annexed into Three Rivers. Okay, oh, okay, all right.
What is the reason for removing this part?
so that we can actually have a vote for what we're gonna use the money for.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Agreed.
So this vote, if it went through, we're designating it for that. And I don't wanna vote on that yet.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay, so is this, while we're agreeing on the motion, I just, this is the forgiving part of trying to learn how we're doing this. So does this look pretty good for all of us?
The second.
Okay,
I'll
Connie, did Connie have a question? Yeah, okay, so Tammy's seconding this amendment? Is that correct? Okay. Did Connie have a question regarding this before I make the mistake of needing to change this again before we go to a vote? Is there anything that she has question wise?
She wanted to know if we're doing this because we're threatened to be sued if we don't do it.
No,
I have a question.
no, we don't, there's been no discussion of any kind of suit or anything of this nature. The reasons for doing this now is it makes Mr. Rabine's property sellable, having access to it, better access to it, so the property is sellable. And also, we can also have that access, we'd be able to close off the rifle range during fire season and still have access to his property. And we're up against the time frame before fire danger season hits, and we won't be able to do the construction. Those are the reasons why.
Tom McGuire has a question.
Tom, you got a question?
Yeah, we're proposing an amendment to something we haven't even voted on yet. We vote on the move, did we vote on the first proposal? And now we're already trying to amend something that we haven't even voted on.
Yeah, he's got a point.
You have to do one and then the other. And then
So we have two, this is gonna require two motions?
No,
Okay.
the
Is
first
that what your
motion,
question was,
we never
Kevin, as well?
voted on. And then we're already rolling hand grenades at it. Let's vote
Yeah,
on,
you have to vote on the first motion.
and this is really.
Okay, so let me see if I can get this straight here, and again, forgive me, but is that first motion gonna be okay, and then the second motion is to define better what we're gonna use those funds for? Is that what we're talking about?
The first motion was to move the money and to use it for the road, is my understanding. We need to vote on that before we can consider amending it. And we never voted.
Correct.
Okay,
So Kyle could change his motion before you guys vote to say just the first part of it, and then you all vote. So your motion would go back to transferring, would go back to that.
I would prefer that we vote on the motion as presented, and then if there's a need to amend it, then we can vote on that separately. It was second, it was proposed.
So I'm in new ground here. To me, the motion as I presented it makes sense. This seems like a no-brainer to me. But if we need to vote on it, and then if it passes, great. If it doesn't pass, maybe we restate the motion, but
Exactly.
this to me seems like a no-brainer. It's a win-win for everybody involved.
Yep.
Let's vote.
okay.
So I do have a question though, because, so say the road ends up costing us $32,000. So there's leftover money that now has been designated only to the rifle range. Right.
In public comment now.
Well, I don't have an answer for that one.
Kev?
So the only answer I got since yesterday, so I rode that road last night with a volunteer that offered to do the road. And we looked at, the road from the gate down to where we're gonna improve it. And we thought that if we had anything extra, we would improve that road because that's been washed out a little bit. It's pretty bad. And so just to answer your question, that's what we thought we would
Okay.
do is mainly improve, that whole area.
Right.
so.
Well, if I read you right, there's probably only gonna be enough for maybe some loads of gravel afterwards anyways. It sounds like it's gonna be pretty close anyhow, so we're not talking a large amount of funds, but it'll adequately. There'll be an adequate enough of funds to get the project
Right,
done.
I mean, if they want money back or whatever.
Need to vote
We can-
on the proposal.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. All right, so let's close the public testimony and let's call for a vote. Dave?
So, to make it clear, can you highlight that, Michelle? That's what we're voting on right there, correct?
Yes, that's how I read this, so yes.
All right, Tammy,
I,
Steve,
No,
Tom,
Yes,
Kevin, or excuse me, Kyle.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm a no. Who am I missing here? Mike,
I'm a no.
Are we in a tie?
yep,
Okay, well, I'm gonna vote yes. And then we can clean it up on the second motion if necessary, so. I'll tell you what, I wish we all had a lot more experience on parliamentary procedure on this and Robert's rules, because this is my weak link, so.
Ed, could I make a suggestion in that regard? There's a
Careful.
cheat, Randy guys, okay, I'll stay on in 3 minutes. You can go online, look up Robert's Rules of Order, and they got a short cheat sheet. For how you do your motions, in what order, what priority they run, it's like a 2 or 3 pager. You guys might want to just look that up and hand it out to the board members, and it might really help you with your meetings.
Good point, all right.
yeah.
Okay, so. Okay, so we've got that approved, but to those that voted no, was it about the motion part of it, or was it the intent of the moving of the funds? Do we need another motion to clear up your guys' concerns?
I was okay moving funds, so that we could use it for any type of improvement, whether it be grapevines or another area. So what this motion means to me is that we move these funds to be spent on the grapevine annex project. So
Just approve.
So what would you, what's your suggestion that it needs, for an amendment, what's your,
further discussion, if we can put this together, further discussion that I would have had was I would have wanted to have a little bit more information from the great offer from the landowner that's gonna help us, the time frame for that. And I was still hoping to get some money from Raybank.
oh, okay, all right. Well,
So, and it basically sounded like we only had to wait a day. Right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking Raybank today.
right, but we,
Another month till you meet again.
yeah, until we meet again, so I got you.
Suggest that we have
I just want to make sure that, yeah, it wasn't a procedural error, but I understand your point and your concern, and that's correct. Hang on a sec, Kev. Mike, was it procedural, or was it the content of the motion, or was it, there's something else?
It's basically what Steve just said.
Okay, and then Dave, same thing, or
So
something
I'm gonna
different?
go back to, we provided him a road. That's been provided, correct? You stated that, Kevin? He has a road to get to his property, correct? Yep. So we've already done that.
He did that. On his
We-
property.
We have provided rock for that. We did that here, just, Bob did it. Dumped all that rock in there, and that's what they said, and then one of the board meetings, they're gonna be able to reclaim that rock. And I knew that wasn't gonna happen. There was a, brought up yesterday too about permits that, Rich Brandvold brought up. And so he hasn't even applied for those yet for any of the properties, or Well, I can't forget that the procedural part that that needed to be
Rich
done.
thought we were crossing a boundary.
Gotcha, okay.
It's our property, and so we're just moving it because of the gully and a couple of
Gotcha.
things. That was that main thing.
Got it.
And so,
Go ahead,
maybe I
Jeff.
can speak now, I'll answer the time frame. So I spent 7 hours yesterday after that meeting on that road, which doesn't matter now, but I'm saying is, I met with the homeowner, he drove over from Portland after I told him they were interested. We drove the road, he gave me a time frame. He told me where to stage the rock, and he's telling me today how much to stage if this gets approved. So that's the answer to those Steve's question, and Mr. Rabine wasn't available until today to talk, and I think Ed already said that we're gonna ask, right? And
Yeah, we're gonna ask, yeah, he's under no obligation.
sure
This
feels-
is just on top.
I just don't like being forced into a real quick decision when this has been going on for what, 2 years now?
yep, it should have been taken care of.
Should have been taken.
And now we gotta make a real snap decision right away. Take care of this. I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay. So we don't need an amended motion to this thing. We don't need to have a second some kind of an amendment to this motion. This thing's passed and we're good.
Just a question, does it mean that, is that motion that has just been passed mean that we're doing the project? So Kevin is gonna get an okay to get this going. Is that what that motion? That's what it sounds like, so I'm just double checking if everybody understands that this.
That's a good point. So,
Motion means you moved money.
but now we need a motion to actually approve Kevin's project.
So where I wanted, the part that I wanted to remove doesn't make it.
Ed, I think you need a motion to reconsider to handle this the way you're trying to handle. A motion to reconsider that motion. It's already been made, it can't be amended, you've already passed it. But you can reconsider it to deal with it, but you may need procedurally a motion to reconsider.
I'm okay with it as long as it doesn't. Mean we're doing it right this minute without any.
What you're saying is you're okay with the money being moved, which is
Yes.
what that motion is.
Right,
You're moving money.
right.
You're not saying you're okay with moving forward.
With the
That is a different conversation
Right.
about moving forward.
Correct. If it means that we are moving forward and if the road is being built, then, we voted on it, if it passes, but. You haven't voted yet.
No, I did vote.
Oh, you did vote? Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's passed, it's done.
My question is, do we need another vote, a motion and a vote to give Kevin the ability to go ahead and make this project happen?
I think it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I think.
Okay, so we're right there.
My understanding is. He has a project, he's asked what he needs to get it complete. And this motion gives him the go ahead to get the job done.
Okay. All right, so I cast the tie vote. I voted yes, so the project's approved. So we've got an action item, we got a plan, and we've got the approval to make it happen. Okay. All right. Next. Boundaries and land use. Randy.
Good morning. Boundaries and land use, meeting was called to order at 10:35 a.m. Present was myself, Ed Check, Tammy Carpenter, Rich Brandel, Janice Brandel, Bob Longoria, Jeff Berry, Kevin Fitzpatrick, and Steve Brunya, and Mike Fisher. That's a good turnout. Yeah. Very good turnout. I reviewed the Article 8 or bylaws 8.4 and Section E to make sure we have the balance of people in the committee that we're bringing in, and we do. There were no minutes, obviously, because we didn't have a meeting before. A long time ago we had a meeting. Ed Pichek was introduced as the board liaison to boundaries and land use. Under boundaries, our boundary markers need to be put up on the west boundary of Three Rivers. Kevin Fitzpatrick confirmed where the markers are. And Mr. Tower, I think they're in the yellow building. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep, perfect, okay. So we will be putting those up. Also, I have to contact Dave Ross, Brandon, new boundary marker equipment that's going on between that and the marine property outside of Three Rivers. There is a possibility to acquire a section of land from Three Rivers Lot 308 and 309 that was donated to the fire department to be used for a garbage and recycling center. Steve Grundy gave a report on what is to be done. Randy shared an email with Joe Parrott regarding, an email from Joe Parrott regarding procedures for an annex agreement, surveying, surveying process, legal description and filing of what appears to be approximately 100 by 110 section lot line adjustment application with Jefferson County. There's a plan to have a second lane near the dumpster. I probably don't want to jump into Steve's garbage report that he's got coming on, but he'll answer that stuff for you. We took care of at least we're working on, and our next meeting will actually finalize all this so they're prepared to go. Agreement with Lakeshore Fire and Rescue and Three Rivers to do this lot line adjustment. So we'll do that in May. There was a question about, question was asked about the existing life flight pad, and it had to do with the distance between the life flight pad and where any future structures might be in this new area. And that also led to questions about where our pads are, and Rich suggested there's federal money that can be had for airport expansion to service Forest Service, to serve Forest Service. Need might have written money for the airport. So we'll be researching that with the Forest Service. The Forest Service also required trees to be limbed up along the road. You've seen it on Graham Road. It's my understanding or our understanding that the fire department got a grant, hired somebody to trim the tree, which brought to our attention the section of property that we are, where Three Rivers is. Because we assume we have to mitigate these trees as well. You know what I mean? So we're gonna reach out to the fire department and see if we can get a grant to do that for not only on the east side of the entrance gate to the west side, all the way out to the end.
Check with fire, because she's got something in place.
Great, thank you. A question was asked regarding the fencing. I think that we had on a Graham Road boundary for years past. Project was tabled because of BLM and the fire department. We couldn't fence those areas. So the committee is making this an agenda item for the next meeting. Airport development, possible airport manager. Steve knows a couple, and Jordan and Mike. Not all the runways paved, need to form an organization, organized airport management board to discuss security to keep people off the roadway. Which you already have done that today. It's been raised once concerning about the safety and drag racing on the strip and so on. And then the last part on airport development is we're going to have a forum. We're going to do a forum and get property owners and pilots together to work on the development of the future of the airport. And the question is, can federal grant money be for airstrip be used for road maintenance at the airport? That's something else we're going to look into. I'm not going to say much about, we did talk about the Rapine property. And we've covered that, most of that here today. So I'm not going to go into the detail of that. Because most of the stuff that we talked about, both in roads and boundaries and land use back to back was covered during roads. So we'll leave it there. Governmental affairs shoreline management program has rules that require licensing for all things in the water, Three Rivers waterway, the police farm, our docks, log booms, steel docks, etc. I put all the licenses up but one, and I gave Ed's gonna do. You volunteered, right, Ed, to do the swim dock, because I'm not gonna swim out there.
No problem.
Jefferson County Community Development Planning and Public Works. Rich and Janet are on the committee because there are a lot of changes coming down the pipe in Jefferson County and zoning. And he is a co-chair of the Planning Commission. And there are a lot of changes that are being sent from Salem over on zoning that we're gonna be faced with in the future. And so we're gonna stay very strong on top of this. And that's great to have Rich there and doing that. The DEQ, Oregon DEQ wastewater treatment permit termination. Just the board has taken care of the past dues on this, so it's done. I'm reaching out to the DEQ representative in Pendleton to get it terminated, so we can terminate the old wastewater tank that's down there across from the event center and get it finally done, and then we don't have to pay for it anymore. So, Gary Pott hasn't used it since 21, so that's how long ago it's been.
Just to follow up on that too, so this is one of those where it's been discussed and considered and so on and so forth, but it's never gotten done. And I'm just a real fan of, identifying an issue, coming up with a plan and executing it. So I have all the confidence in the world that Randy's gonna get that done this year, so we don't have to pay that fee every year. We were over 3 years in arrears by not ever attending to that, and it got to the point where we were up against a lien against Three Rivers for the past for not paying our permits for that tank. The tank needs to go, so I have confidence that Randy's gonna get that done this year.
And the committee also agreed to work on and provide draft documents to the board for the association generating documents. So it seems kind of natural that it fits into this group, because this group can help put it together thanks to, Hawkins and Wheeler and the people that did it before. I have the current draft of the last TCNRs. I have it. And so we will collectively, as part of our team, do this for in the future. And I guess you will need for me to take a motion for my members, and believe it or not,
That's correct.
guess how many there are. I've got right now, I need to add Tammy Carpenter, Rich Bramble, Janice Bramble, Bob Longoria, Jeff Berry, Kevin Fitzpatrick, Mike Fisher to the committee. I asked Steve Brandon too, because he's got enough to do.
What is it now?
So that's my motion. Add these as the committee members.
Well, who did I miss there? Tammy, Bobby, Rich and Janice.
Jeff Berry.
Jeff Berry and Jeff never really said. No. Kevin Fitzpatrick.
Jeff Berry.
And Mike Fisher.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Do we need a second? Is that right?
Do we have a second?
I'll
Second it.
Mike? All right, call for a vote.
Tammy,
Aye.
Steve. Hi. Tom,
Yes.
Kyle,
yes.
Nami, yes.
Thank you.
Get me on.
Oh.
Thank you. Any questions?
I think this falls under boundaries, but they're digging into the bank to expand the parking down by the marina, and that bank is owned by Three Rivers, is it not?
No.
No, but the parking lot above is.
A certain section is about a 50-foot rollover on the top is marina property.
Yeah, Lauren's watching the boundaries real close. I was actually up there with him and we pointed out the stakes of what our property is versus his. So we're on top of it, yeah.
Good.
his intent is to try to get some more parking down there, and he's running it right up to the limit, so.
He's got a.
We're on it.
Okay, good, good, yeah.
Eyes are on it, and he's very concerned, yeah. Okay.
They will, they've added one new.
Okay, Steve, you had just a quick comment?
I just actually, I really enjoyed the meeting. I thought it was great, very informative. I learned a lot. And, I will be visiting now and then when I can. No, I thought it was, actually both. That 3.5 hours was well spent, time. I just have one question. Do we have all of these transfers of properties and, all of the accounting stuff in our 3 record? Where is that kept?
What do you mean, like the deeds and stuff?
Just anything that, Randy just talked about, all these different things, are they able to be found on our site or where are they kept?
Any kind of documents?
It'd be under documents and HOA stuff.
Yeah, and I can work with whoever, because I have everything from the past.
I will.
He asked me for it last year, so.
Yeah, if I might just, again, end cap this discussion, Michelle, if you don't mind, Randy, if you could send any documents, Kevin, any contracts, any of us that have any documents to send Michelle so she can, because the website's in really good shape now to be able to put that information where it needs to go. Much better than the past anyways. I know it's a work in progress, but any documents, any contracts, anything at all, if they could all get posted, especially Mike Patton Construction, I have that document. I would like to get that posted as well, so everybody knows exactly where they're at. Everything gets posted. When in doubt, post it. Is that
And then I think in
Okay.
one of your work sessions, would be a good idea for me to be able to show the board. Because you can all go out there, boards and chairs can go out there. So just be able to show you guys where that's at, so you don't have to, if you have something that pops up, you go out there and just get it on there and not have to worry about where I am, or I'm not.
I know it's been a catch as catch can lately with that, and I appreciate the time, especially, I don't know, people have jobs and other things going on, so that's a good point to make.
And I forgot to mention, next meeting follows roads on Saturday. What?
17, May 17th.
17th. And I found myself that being at the roads meeting and having the two together, how much the two tie together a lot.
So that'll be a standing for the calendar moving forward. From the calendar moving forward, Michelle, it's gonna be, Kevin's gonna be,
It's already done.
it's already done, okay. Okay, but just for those that may or may not know, just to state it, Kevin's road meeting will be the Saturday before it'll be the third Saturday of the month. And following will be boundaries of land use. Okay,
I would like to add something to Randy's report. So after the meeting yesterday, I contacted one of the house reps that I know regarding the airport way, improving it. So he gave me a few suggestions for federal, obviously, to contact Cliff Ben, since that's the CD1 and stuff. But he said the other thing that we can do is in the short session is contact the local rep here, which I don't know who that is, and then they can actually go in the short session and request funds for us too for that. And the other thing, the Firewise bill that is in there right now has not passed both of the houses yet. So, but once that passes, that's a potential that we could get funds from there. So, but I can give you this information, then whoever.
Just bring it to the next meeting.
Okay.
And you can share that. Please.
Okay.
Delegation.
I like it.
I like it. Thank you.
Okay, very cool. All right, moving on. Architectural. Any report out on that hasn't been already talked about? Anything additional to add?
Yep, you're talking to me. No, I think I covered everything.
Okay. Rules and regulations, Mike, anything? I know you had a
Yes,
great.
I do. Yes, this is Mike. I do have something. The last rules and regulations that have been published for 2021 And last year in 2024. Karen McBride had added a rule number 18. I don't know how many people know about that here, about the docks. From the boat ramp to the red stripe. That was passed. So it's only a temporary mooring right there between the red stripe and the boat ramp.
Yeah, I read that in the minutes, but I wasn't really clear on what that meant. It sounded like the boat tie-up area after they launch. And
Yeah.
have to go past a certain line, so.
Yeah, it's between the ramp and the red line on the swim dock and not beyond. So
What is the red line in the swim dock? What is
the
that?
red line is right on the, I guess that's called the swimming dock out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
there's-
big wide
it's a
area.
big red line and there's a boat ramp right here. So that was passed last year. And so what I want to do, and then there was another amendment, to number 9 about having no garbage down at the, pit area. And that was passed too. So what I'm trying to do is draft up a new rules and regs on here.
Okay.
So I have that here. I can pass it out for you guys to look at. There is on number 9, let's see, number 3. It says no tailgating is allowed upon entering or exiting the gate. Well, we don't mind about the exiting the gate anymore, so that could be removed. Because we want people to tailgate, because when the gate opens up, when they're leaving, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, do you have copies to
I
pass?
do, I can pass those all out around
Yeah.
to you guys.
Say that's appropriate.
This is the new one.
Are you thinking maybe we might have to make a motion and,
Well, the exiting part, because
okay,
that should be, I think that should be removed, because we don't want, if I understand from the gatekeeper. We don't want the gate to come part way down, then if someone goes, we want the cars to keep going behind the car. Yeah, I got another one.
And the exit gate is best to not have it, start on its way down and then have somebody come up. And then it reverses, that's really hard on the gate. So if the gate is straight up, just keep on going.
And I have the old rules too for 2021, which. I see it's funny, we haven't had anything published in a long time.
yeah, that makes sense. So item number 3 and then,
Then item number 18 was approved. Last year.
so a question for you, if they've already been approved, you just need to
I
update
just need to
this?
get it published, and that's what I'm gonna do is, this is the
Oh.
published part here.
Okay, so there's nothing for us to really vote on or nothing,
No,
it's
there's
just,
nothing to vote besides. I like to delete the exiting thing, if that needs to be voted on.
well, I'm not afraid to say I don't know on that when it comes to the change of this, but I would definitely follow your lead on this. So
Okay.
do we need to make a,
Yeah, the last time they did that many of those changes, we just make a motion to.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion to remove that about the exiting the gate. Okay.
I second.
Wait. The word exit gate. From what was what number?
Says and exiting
Number
the
3.
gate.
Number 3.
And
No tailgating allowed upon entering, we know that.
Yeah.
We don't want that, or exiting the gates, we want to get rid of the exiting the gate.
or exiting, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's only or exiting.
Yeah, or exiting.
and then there was talk about. Maybe sending these rules out maybe twice a year in our committee, I don't know if that's. Would be a good idea, or if it's, or once a year is good.
I think that's up to you to
Okay.
decide how you want to administer your department like that. So whenever you want to review them, that's strictly up to you as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Are you saying email it to all the?
Yeah, to all the homeowners, because not all homeowners get their rules and regs, the newer ones, so should we email them out, or mail them out. I don't know what's the best.
So I guess to ask the question on that one, I don't mean to take over,
No, that's okay.
step on you there. I think we're in a spot, and I'll just verify with Steve and Dave, and Michelle. It sounds like we have really solid email versus property owner addresses. So do you feel pretty comfortable about the email that we would be able to get to every property owner with anything we send out? Because the only people that send out are us, not Fieldstone, not our third-party outsourced office support, but just us. So if you feel very comfortable with that, then I would say at your discretion, whenever you need something emailed out, just let us know, and then.
So Michelle, is that up? Can we do that then? Okay.
And we usually do it like 3 different ways, so we'll mail it. We'll put it on Facebook that there's a new document available, and then it's also made available in documents. And we can make that a public document, so people don't have to log in, they just see it,
Okay.
which sometimes benefits Meg or any other realtor who's trying to promote Three Rivers, if they can actually show them what the rules are without having to.
Can you put it on the quarterly newsletter too? We can.
Yeah, we absolutely.
Put a reference
The
to
reference
it.
to it, yeah, absolutely.
And that's a good idea. I like that.
Do we need to mail it? And
I think just
We don't
emailing,
snail mail very many things.
I think we
Okay.
just emails
Yeah.
are cheap.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, mail is postage and time and effort. Electronics the way to go.
So just electronic distribution of content.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
pretty
need to
cool.
go back to this motion.
You need a what? You need a second?
Yeah.
A second.
You did that, okay, Kyle, it's fine. Ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay, Tammy,
I,
Kyle,
Yes.
Steve.
Aye.
Yes, Tom,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
okay, pass.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. Is that it for rules and regs?
Yeah.
Kev, you had a question?
Yeah, so Mike. Is it you, like, people on the roads, like we're talking about drag racing and
Yes.
motorcycles and the wheelies, and so. Back in the day, when I was a board member and a roads guy, I would, come up and say, hey, look, I'm giving you a warning, and you're done. So, not being a board member anymore, but just being the chair, is that something that I report to you? Or how does, just so I know, and I don't police, but if I see crazy stuff and, people doing wheelies down the road where people are walking
Right.
and they're mostly motorcycles and they come up on the big weekends.
There's a place on Three Rivers website, you can report that.
Okay, but I mean,
These pictures. So,
if you see it, act.
Yeah.
yeah,
Comment, so I'm just asking. Your bill.
well, that was for my next project. What I wanted to go to the board later, if you go to the website and report it in the picture, and then what we do, we discuss it, what we're gonna do. And send, maybe my decision is send an email out to that person.
I think he's saying right at that time.
Oh, right at that time? Oh,
Can he still do that?
If like I said, I didn't do it last weekend, we had a lot of them doing it.
yeah, we have to do it at that time, pretty much. I mean, within a couple days.
But
it's not
can
that-
he do it as a landowner?
Oh,
No, I'm talking about as a roads chair.
Oh, as a roads
Yeah,
chair.
he's talking about doing it officially. But-
oh, yeah.
And I would like to add that, I don't know if this is a problem, but if we encourage members, all the property owners, when someone's doing something like that, to at least those who have the intestinal fortitude to do so, go talk to the person and say, dude, we don't want to complain, we don't want to have a police state in Three Rivers. So would you please knock that off so we don't have to go that far? Would you just, just point it out as a property owner?
But also people, I don't identify. Okay, there you go. And I'm just asking. So, I have a complaint, I am to file against somebody to you, and then you can.
I can take care of that.
Okay, but see, I didn't know in the roads, like, I write you a letter, I'm giving you a warning. If you do this again,
Yeah.
you're gonna get $400 fine for each motorcycle. they might start thinking about this, but there's certain groups that do it and, I don't know, I just wanted to kind of clarify that today.
Well,
3-hour watch, go to the.
Okay, yeah, let's, one at a time, please, Steve, I know you've been raising,
Well,
so,
I was gonna answer your
quick
question
comment.
as a neighborhood watch. Or actually, you can actually get in trouble, the neighborhood watch can get in trouble, the three rivers can get in trouble, but as a landowner, just you.
Oh, okay.
You can stop them, and then it's just you and that person. It doesn't involve Three Rivers. If you bring up your title, as chair, that brings Three Rivers into it. So when we have our meeting the fourth, we will be concentrating on the 3-hour watch. But you don't contact. If you contact and you get in an argument, all of a sudden,
Well, that's why.
you got a problem. So, and no guns are allowed.
People get pretty defensive, but yeah, I
Yes.
just wanted to kind of clarify that before I.
well, I wouldn't act if they're been drinking a lot. You wouldn't want to go there at the time that happened.
6:30 in the morning.
Well,
Possible.
it's possible, but
The dog.
so,
it's always best to go to home.
Yeah.
But I am insured just like you are, by Lloyd's of London, correct?
all right, very cool, very cool.
Policy too often, you might lose the policy.
So just real quick to end cap that, I know from being chair of rules and regs in the past, we did pass, a motion in the past for you to go to immediate fine without having to go to the board. So you have the discretion for that if you see it, and you are complaint designated, I mean, complaint department, so not complaint designated, no, what I'm trying to say is you are complaint driven. So, sorry, so, yeah. If you want an actionable item, you gotta fill out a complaint form, so if you see something, fill it out, give it to you, now you got something to initiate the next steps.
On the website and give pictures is helpful too.
Okay, very cool. All right, we're at the 11 o'clock hour, so I want to continue. We got 3 more to go in our commitment, our committee report outs. Volunteer fundraising committee. Next up.
Fast as you all can listen. So CanSort VFC, we have 2 successful CanSorts in 2025 already. We don't have a 3rd one scheduled yet. We typically average about $2,500 every time we take that trailer into town. Kyle already talked about the Wi-Fi. I don't need to say anything about that, other than during Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day games, the gates to the lake. Only will you have access to up by the rec hall when the generator's running, because right now the solar doesn't take your Wi-Fi all the way up that far, but he's working on that. The new picnic tables, we got 15 of them. We bought them from our local VFW. Great guys. They brought them out, just neat guys. Then there was a team of volunteers who stained the new ones, and those will be used. The brand new ones will stay up in the rec hall. We'll take out, in fact, Dave Towery's already done it several times. They'll take out the older ones and they'll be recycled down into the beach area. We had a bird diversion solution. If you've ever been down to the rec hall before we clean it up, or bingo, there are birds that have nested up there and they've done their thing all over the ground and all over the picnic tables. So we found a way to divert them, and a group of volunteers, we bought those spiky things. And by the way, it doesn't hurt the birds because they don't land there. They're not getting spiked or anything. But they've been installed and I think it's gonna work out well. Event center, Kyle mentioned about the acoustics. Hopefully Maylette and I will do some design and get those up in May, so that'll help out. Easter egg hunt. Fred's already said what a great success that was. It was absolutely amazing. And then the fire break, the disc course down there, we had weed abatement done. That was done by a volunteer. All we had to pay for was the product that was spread. And we're still, the portable potties have all been installed. We're still working on, there's gotta be a way. I know Randy's worked on this for years to do something with those outhouses. I thought we couldn't have outhouses so close to the lake. However, down at marina for the county, they've got them right next to the lake. So there's gotta be a way. I know that, the gentleman over there, Barry, I think he is going to take that on and see if he can't get some further information as opposed to having the fourth. And I think that's all, Kyle, huh?
That's a good update. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on volunteer? Office, anything you wanna remind us of or any updates?
I don't have nothing.
Well, except they're changing hours,
Oh, yeah, ours changed.
May 1st. Monday through Saturday, noon to 6. Closed on Sunday.
Perfect,
Open on holiday weekends.
Open on.
okay. Communication, same thing, any questions or anything on top of that?
Just, and I think that we get really confused when we start sending communications out because we have a Three Rivers landowners Facebook page. And then we have another one that's operated that is the residents of Lake Billy. So people get very confused about that. The Three Rivers landowners page has been dedicated for Three Rivers business only. So that means things that actually pertain to all membership that usually is paired with a notice that has gone out or something. Maybe it's the Easter events, maybe, things that we'll post about bingo, things like that. What doesn't go on there is, I have this product, this thing for sale, or this item for sale, or whatever. Those won't go on there. We will post if somebody loses a pet or a child, heaven forbid that happens, or has been that happens occasionally. We'll post those on there that, that person is, that thing is lost. But other than that, that landowners page is meant to be about information that's coming straight from the land, from the board, basically going out. And then you have a committee that you want letter. So Jess, Mary, who just sent out a little notice to everybody, get your information in. She's trying to bring that together, but also, if you wanted to go out, you have meetings, you have things like that want to go out, send it to the communications email, and we'll make sure to look it up and put it out. There's on the 3R rec site, there's also a news feed, and you can go out and add anything at any time onto that news feed. But we also try to keep the posts there up to date. Mary Graff helps with doing that. So her and I post a lot of times. Maeve knows how to post it there now too. So
Is the news feed for everybody to use? It doesn't need to go through the board?
no, it's for everybody.
And everything else that's posted is like, let's say, board authorized or goes through the board?
If it comes from a board, if it comes through a board member, then I'm gonna.
Yeah, but I mean, those places where you're putting that's just for that as opposed to Randy the loose cannon wanting to post something.
Randy the loose cannon can. You can post it on the 3R rec site, or you can go out and post it on Facebook and it gets approved.
Yeah, well, me and Facebook aren't gonna get along ever, so.
Yeah,
It's because of who owns Facebook, it's not because of the people on it.
So I do have a question for you, Michelle. I've been getting this Dropbox popping up on my computer, and there's also been something on a text system.
Yeah, so the texting system has been available through the 3R rec site, and we haven't engaged it or deployed it. And through my work with Lake Chinook Fire and doing their PIO information for them during wildfire events, I'm like, why aren't we using that? We have our own system that we can notify. So that text that everybody received is attached to your 3R rec login, not Proptia, the 3R rec login. And that will be, if there is a fire that happens in the community, that will be approved communications that will come out from the fire department BME out to everyone.
Okay, so that's a one way. That's not a let's chat
Correct.
kind of thing. That's a one way. Okay.
One way. And it can also be for things that the board approves to go out through text that says, we need them to know point in time right now, immediate on a text.
Okay. you brought something up that made a lot of sense to me. You know, having a, like an basically it would be an electronic meeting that you could, you know, kind of help us through on the communication side with the stuff like, you know, just anything, just the stuff we've come up to, you know, so that we're all understand how all these systems work. It is, you know, is that something you,
It's probably something we need to do, and it probably is something that we need to make procedures for every time there's a new board. that
yeah,
comes in.
yeah, I
Because
want to.
everybody does it different.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw something on your plate, but if there's a need for that, do you mind scheduling a date and say if you can log into this, I'm like. Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and you can take us through this, so.
Mhm.
We can all learn a little bit more about it. Okay, do you mind doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be awesome, thank you.
And then as far as the Dropbox thing, I have to look, I don't know, is that attached to your Rackspace email? Because
It
through
might be,
Rackspace, we have the ability to share files in the cloud drive.
that's what it is, that's what it is, because I keep getting the stuff on a reminder, like almost daily of the annual meeting documents that come up and so I'm kind of like, what's
So I'll
this?
just have to look at it to see if.
It looks like a great,
Might be a-
we got a lot of stuff out there, I just, okay, all right. Okay, all right, that's it for the committee report. Oh, sorry, Dave.
I gotta add couple more things here. Do we need board approval for the memorial plaque to have these paid for? And I'll bring up Larry Penrod. Does that need board approval to spend that money? And the fee has gone up for the plaques.
I would say, and Randy, you can verify with this with me from in the past, but the memorial wall plaques have all been paid by a loved one that wants to have, you know, is that what we're talking about? Oh, this is something in addition to, something a little more than.
No, this is for the plaque.
Yeah. How much did they go up to?
It's $180.
Oh, you want to,
165.
oh, you want
In the
to,
budget.
you want to increase is what you're saying.
That's what the cost is to do them now, but what I'm getting at is for board approval for Larry Penrod's placement of the plaque, that the board pay for it.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
And
So for certain folks, if we just doing it, whether we're gonna pay for it or not, normally the loved ones of the family member or whatever would pay for that. But you're asking that, you were saying is on occasion, we've done that in the past, and is this appropriate to do this one at this time, Dave? Is that what you're thinking?
Correct.
Make a motion.
I would also throw Linda Panovich's name on.
I was gonna bring that up too.
Agreed.
Talk to Dennis first. But,
Oh, okay.
I'm just-
Is there anybody else besides those two, so we don't miss anybody?
Make a motion to pre-approve both pre-approve, motion for Larry and a pre-approval for Larry.
Pre-approval, she hasn't passed yet?
Yeah.
No, I meant, he wants to ask.
I want to talk to Dennis first. Make sure, I want to talk to Dennis first before
Oh,
I go down this route.
My message with her daughter, and she doesn't, she's been outpouring of the support that
Yeah.
everyone here has provided already, so they probably aren't gonna, but you're right, we should ask. So do we just say tentative approval? Or?
Well, we can approve it and then they say no, then just not do it.
Yeah,
yeah, I like to just keep it as simple as possible, yeah. Yeah, okay. Motion approved, well, plaque for Larry Penman and the Panovich. Just need a motion,
I second it.
second. And any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I would like to discuss it. And no disrespect, but I don't know who this person is. And I think we kind of get into a slippery slope when the board starts buying memorial plaques for people. I'm not trying to be, a mean guy, but I'd like a little background on who these folks are because I don't know them.
I could talk for hours, so you don't want me to bring that up. I can tell you there.
I only want to hear from the person making the motion.
Well, I'll do it because I was given this task, Tom. Larry Penrod was part of, and everybody in here can correct me if I'm wrong, but was part of the working with Doug and building roads and stuff into the stuff when Three Rivers first started. And Julie is, of course, everybody knows, runs the store down here, the Lake Chinook store, and they were property owners in here for a long, long, long time.
Now I know who Larry is.
Do I need to add anything else?
Larry put my outhouse in. 1981, that was the first thing that went in. Any other,
Did you know?
Tom, you need more information, Tom?
At least I think it's a slippery slope, but I know who the person is now.
Okay, all right. Any more discussion? Call for a vote.
Tammy,
I,
Mike,
I,
Kyle? Aye. Steve?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
And I'm a yes.
Okay, so that concludes everything. Now we're going into new business.
One more thing.
Oh.
Can you get a letter put together for the books? Base sheet letter for this
From the president.
president?
the new book.
Oh, for the new
For
bug?
the new books, so we can get that posted and we can get all the directors and chairs contact information on there, just board director email contact information only.
So, president's update of the, what, front page of the landowner manual?
And then also for the news.
And for the newsletter.
Yeah, and I have newsletter down as my commitment. Okay, can do. Okay, we're passing on old business because we have none at this point until next meeting, new business. So these are just some bullet points I loosely threw up as starting points for this. If we need to add to it, we can. First and foremost was the location of the annual meeting. I looked in our bylaws for that. And it states in there that we are stuck for right now with the month of March, but the location is TBD, to be determined by the board of directors. So the question I wanted to throw out for discussion is location, this side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain. And the reason why I wanted to bring it up from an urge to act is any contracts or any kind of venue and calendar wise, you know, for maybe the sooner we get on it, the better. And so, you know, something that, you know, it'd be nice to be able to give whoever the assignment is to be able to make that happen with plenty of time in advance. Because I know a lot of the great venues that something appropriate for us, you know, it might be tough to try to wedge us in. So give us plenty of time for that. So that's my discussion. So what do you guys think about that? What do you think about location?
The voters voted to have it on this side of the mountain.
Oh, that's an advisory vote.
Yeah,
Majority wished it would be on. the
Right.
side of the-
I agree with you, Ed, that if we're gonna do it on this side of the mountain, finding a place to do it sooner than later, communicating to everybody where it's gonna be and when is gonna be critical. You know, I think, I know Meg and I have talked about it. She's very well connected in address and Jefferson I think she has some ideas and would be a good person to help us with that. Finding a venue.
We talked, Megan, the office talked about that a little bit, and Jefferson County Fairgrounds has the set up the ability to accommodate that.
They do.
The bunkhouse has a basement too. That can handle it.
Yeah, I mean, the big challenge we're gonna have on either side of the mountain is March is just not a great time to travel over the mountain at times, you know, last year. We had a lot of snow, a lot of people didn't come, we're gonna have that same issues over here. I would, as part two to this, I would like to, ideally it'd be this side of the mountain in May. But.
I agree with that. Why can't we change
That
the
takes a
date,
bigger
the
issue
month?
to the place, I think.
Yeah,
Why can't we change the month?
because it's in our board to have it within our bylaws to have it in the month of March, but the location is up to the board of directors, but we're stuck with March. So if we want to change it for March, that's going to take a vote of the membership to change the date.
Okay, why can't we just try that?
We will, but it'd be
Okay.
for next, it would be.
For 27.
Yeah.
But then
Well,
then you
might
gotta
as well
look at
get
your
it.
assessments coming in. Right, when cash comes in.
You're gonna potentially vote for an increase at your annual ship. You have to accept that, then that pushes your system.
So just to wrap that up, I mean, wrap that point up, 4.2 annual meetings, there shall be an annual meeting of the members during the month of March. Each year, the board of directors shall fix the location and time of the meeting. So we're stuck with March until we make an amendment to the bylaw for next year, and then we can change the date at that time. You know, if approved, but right now we're stuck with March,
Okay.
but the location, that's up to us to make a decision. So I guess first thing is, do we want to have do we need a vote? We need a vote. We need a vote for the location if we're gonna change it other than what we've done in the past.
I think we need to have a discussion before we have a vote.
Well, we need to have a motion, a second, and then a discussion. So you can make a motion at any time, but we can discuss it some more if you like before we make the motion, but. Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about regarding the meeting, rather this topic?
Well, I do. We barely got a quorum last year. 80% of the people that own property are in the valley. And with weather being a consideration, I'm concerned that if we have it on the, east side of the, in Three Rivers area, that we may not achieve a quorum.
And we can't, I guess for me. Else is, we need to, if the decision is to stay on the other side, you gotta go somewhere else. That has terrible Wi-Fi. The system, the last 2 years have been not complete recordings, so you're defeating the purpose behind that. And you pay a lot of money to go to, you pay money wherever you can go, but just making sure that consideration there for Wi-Fi and appropriateness. Is a consideration regardless of where it lands. But the, what was the attorney's name that was there? Yeah, the Harker LaFleur attorney, he said, we don't have to do these in person, they could be all on Zoom. So that's another kind of layer that you could throw in, and that most HOAs only do them on Zoom.
Okay.
And I would agree with that. I think part of this discussion is not only the location, but the bigger topic is just landowner participation in the meeting. And I don't think that the landowners are well represented at the Elks Lodge in March in Milwaukee. And I think if we have a big push on, hey, we're gonna move the location, we have good communication, we have a good electronic participation option. It's not ideal. I'd rather see it in like May, but everybody has a place here. Not everybody has a place that they want to go to in March. Not everybody has, but I think now's the time to move it. I'd be in support of that. But move it with the caveat that we're gonna spend some time really thinking about how people could participate and vote electronically.
And I would agree with the vote electronically piece of that for my general input. Yeah, the days of mail in ballots, I mean, there was a time and a place for it, but if we have a solid email list now, I'm really favoring, putting together, a team that can make that happen, so it's as seamless as possible for electronic voting online, so we can get a higher level of participation.
A parrot here. The 3R rec site actually has a voting component that allows for one vote per household or set up, which is a whole nother conversation, set up how you want that one. So a household is considered a landowner. So regardless of how that land is set up, sliced and diced, you have one vote, or you can set it up multiple votes or whatever. There's a component in 3R rec site.
Okay, is that through HOA start? Yeah, okay, I'm really liking the platform of HOA start from what I've seen in the capabilities, so I'm just feeling my way around it, so. Well, that's kind of two separate issues, so, just trying to keep us on track here. Location of the meeting, any more discussion on whether we should have it here or on that side of the mountain?
And this is Mike, I think it's a good idea to have it over here because we pay taxes for this area and we're a community with Madras and Colbert. And I think that we show more, when we do business with people in Madras, they might more respect us in Three Rivers and have a more, I don't know, more community outreach and touch. I don't know.
Supporting the community,
Supporting the community. I think that's really important.
good, very much a pro with content on that, okay, I can see that. Well, again, just my input, everybody's got a piece of property over here that they can go to. So it's not like they have to go over to that side and then stay with a family member or have to pay for a hotel bill or something to that effect. Hang on a sec, we're still here with the group. So, yeah, you know, that'd be something I'd think about. Anybody else have any comments on, that?
I'm for it. I'm for moving it.
Okay. Dave, any thoughts?
Good.
Tammy?
I think, I think it should be moved because that's what the majority of the people kind of wanted, at least at the last meeting. And also with the ability of, you know, we do get a bunch of snow over the mountain or something like that and people can't make it over. As long as they can attend online, we have that option for the people that wouldn't be
Okay.
able to attend in person.
Tom, you got any further thoughts on that? I just want to make sure and don't miss you because you're on Zoom.
I'm good.
Okay. Gary, you had sorry. Randy, you had a question?
Well, my personal feelings, I prefer in-person meetings where everybody shows up, and I know that's a major difficulty. For the purpose of it's a direct discussion between members over things that are important at the annual meetings. Part of the difficulty with that, you did mention, well, we all have places over here, but tons of people have their places winterized.
Right.
In March, and they really don't, you know, if they want to stay in a cold cave and have no water and whatever, because they're all winterized, then they could use their property, but I mean, I think there's tons of members who are winterized at that time of year as far as personally coming to the meetings.
Okay.
And I'm a little anti-electronic because I'm a dinosaur. And, you know, the voting online and trying to deal with stuff that way may present a lot of difficulties for people, I think.
All right, well,
And I could be wrong about that.
no, it's good input. So, yeah. So, so what do you guys, I mean, what do we want to do? Do we want to have it on? Let me ask you this. What was at the annual meeting, what was the, there was an ask to see if it was favorable or not to have the meeting over on this side of the mountain. What was the result of that? Because I wasn't a board member at that time. What was the result of that?
The result favored moving it over here.
Okay,
What was the count? I forget that.
It was close, if I remember right, but I don't remember the number.
It would be in the minutes. Anybody have the minutes?
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Yes.
With
okay.
that?
It just, he said, what's the count?
Yeah.
The difference doesn't matter, the vote was favorable.
Right. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm, if I could reach out to Meg for this question here. She's still here?
She had
Oh, I was gonna see what, does anybody have any, she mentioned the fairgrounds as an opportunity. What's their Wi-Fi or
So the
capability?
office has done a little bit of pre-work on it, so, I mean, I think that would be something that the office could report back on the next time to give you a list of the places that, and they've had conversations with Meg, a list of places. Connie Hines has suggested the Madras High School Performing Arts Center, they've got very nice. little
Yeah, that's a
center
nice
there.
place.
So there's lots of different opportunities, so it would probably be best if we just get a list together
Okay.
and give it to Dave and with the capabilities of each of the locations.
So I might suggest we table this one and put it into old business, and that'll give us a month to kind of figure it out. There's no sense. I mean, we're getting on. I just don't want to wait to the last minute on anything and try to jam something together at the last minute. Traditionally, I don't think that has been something that has worked out well. So I think we've got plenty of time on this. So let's put this one to old business. Is everybody okay with it board wise?
Sense.
All right. We could put that down for the communication commitment or, you know, I guess Dave, that would fall under you, so naming your poison. So, yeah, let's table that one too. It'll be old business at the next meeting. Okay, moving along. Next. I put down third-party outsource for office, Fieldstone. The reason why I mention this is because going back through the emails through the president from the last year, I went through everything that I possibly could to the point of brain damage. But it looked to me like there was a culture in here that was favoring eliminating Fieldstone for many reasons. I'm thinking that this is just for discussion, but moving forward, my thoughts are Tom is new in the position of treasury. He's trying to wrap his arms around it. He's finding some stuff that, you know, he's doing his due diligence, I should say, that, you know, trying to wrap his arms around that. And I think we need to give him some plenty of time to be able to formulate a plan moving forward with the whole concept of the third-party outsourcing. So I know there was a favorable conversations, and I can't ignore it. I can't ignore that it's actually taken place, that there was a concept of eliminating Fieldstone and moving everything inside our structure within Three Rivers. So I just want to make sure that we're all focused on the same direction, pulling from the same oar. Because if there's a divided camp between, you know, eliminating Fieldstone and doing it everything interior in-house versus using a third-party company like Fieldstone to outsource the accounts payable, receivable, collections, the assessments, all that stuff, then I just want to make sure we're all focused on the same direction. So if we have a divided camp, it's just going to make it more difficult for us moving forward. So that's why I wanted to put that out for discussion, because I am personally favoring not Fieldstone as the entity Fieldstone, but the outsource of a third party to handle what we have already, and give Tom time to be able to you know, wrap his arms around the whole treasury position, and because I have a high level of confidence that he's going to put that together moving forward. That makes a lot of sense. He's going to put a lot of time and energy into it, and I'm looking forward to that. So that's the reason why I put that down into new business.
Well, you also have up there an audit. Is that something else that you're thinking about, or?
Yeah, Tom and I have talked about this, and I would let Tom, you know, make his comment on that. But I have a feeling. Well, Tom, you want to explain your position on that before I explain mine on that?
Well, I think
Or would you like me to just continue?
no, I just threw in that we actually did have the books audited last year. I questioned why we spent $5,000 on tax prep, and when I, peeled the onion a little bit, it was, 300 or $400 for tax prep and 5,000 for the audit of the annual audit of the books. I haven't seen the results of the audit. I don't know who has them or what have you, but I need to reach out to our CPA firm anyway, because we are, according to Julie at Fieldstone, on extension for our taxes. And I need to make sure that that's in process and moving forward. So I don't necessarily, I need to dig in and kind of find out what's best practices with regard to an audit, but we apparently paid for one last year.
So last year, was that, who did, was it Schwint? Did they do it last year, or was it the previous company we had before that?
Went did it.
Okay, Schwint, all right. So what's involved in an audit? Is it just having a certified CPA certify our financials? Or is there more of an audit of the process that takes place between, Fieldstone and us? What does that audit produce for us?
Well, I don't know, and that's what I want to find out, but there are several different types of accounting audits. I don't know if they were just doing a sampling of transactions and making sure that everything hit where it was supposed to hit. But those are questions I'll have for Schwint. I just want to make sure that we're protecting the community and that we're making sure that we are meeting all of our obligations with regard to any kind of state law, federal law, what have you. But just an audit is a good practice. I don't know if it's required on an annual basis or not, but I will find out more about that.
Okay.
Did a lot of parts
Well,
in
again,
dealerships every year.
yeah, go ahead.
It's the same reason.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any comments on where we're at with when I bring it up from a concept of divided camp?
Well, I would definitely say that there's, just, you couldn't help it at the last meeting that there was a lot of, folks that are frustrated with Fieldstone. I don't know. So I don't know all the details behind that. I do think it's, having a third party company, who, and having a segregation of duties, I think would be best practices, not having everything done internally. Now, whether that's Fieldstone or not, that's a different question, but, when it comes to our financials, I think our responsibility as a board is to make sure that we have complete transparency and people understand where our money goes. And we do everything we can to protect any opportunity for fraud or, and if you do everything in-house, I think there could be some danger there. I do think we should look at everything we can do in-house, and we have talented people here. And we should, give people responsibilities where we have resources. But that financial piece of reconciling the books and an independent set of eyes relative to our financials, to me makes sense. Regardless of whether it's Fieldstone or not. I don't know anything about Fieldstone other than they've been a business partner of ours for a number of years.
For all the mistakes they've made lately, I'm just not real happy with this. Just so you know.
Yeah, no, there's been no doubt that people are frustrated with them.
And they don't answer your call, they don't answer your question.
I get that.
Speaking.
Yep.
Who's the lady speaking? I'm sorry, I'm at a disadvantage on Zoom.
Yeah.
Maylett McAdams.
Okay, thank you. All right, so can I just throw my 2 cents in as treasurer? I know Ed was pretty eloquent, but there has, our homeowners or landowners should only really be interfacing with Fieldstone once a year. And when I was previously on the board, when Ed was treasurer, it seemed that things went very, very well. And then we had a change of officer, and all of a sudden Fieldstone couldn't do anything right. I would like the opportunity as the current treasurer to evaluate our relationship with Fieldstone over the next several months. I don't want to get into a who shot John thing. I just want to be able to evaluate it with an open mind. I'm concerned about bringing too many things back to the office because, quite frankly, right now we have a talented office staff. That isn't always the case, and Fieldstone or a company like Fieldstone establishes stability for us. As we have turnover in the office and we have turnover on the board, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just like everybody to just take a pause. Let me work with them for a couple of months. If I'm not satisfied with the level of performance that we're getting from them, I will make sure that I bring that up at the board meeting.
Anybody else have any questions or certainly any discussion points? I'll get to you in a sec, Randy.
This is Mike. The only question I have, I don't know Fieldstones that well and how much they're charging us. I mean, are there other companies that can do the same thing for a lot less money and a little more personal? Fieldstone seems like a big company for somebody like Three Rivers to me, but that's just me.
Well, I can answer you this, and I wasn't gonna really bring this up, but I think myth busting is an important part of what we're doing, as a board to communicate to everyone. So I'll start with this and see if I can answer your questions along the way. Dave and I met with Fieldstone and we went through their contract line by line with Julie. It was a 3-hour process because we wanted to walk away from that meeting and just knowing exactly what their scope of work is, what our expectations are, what we want, and what their obligations to us are. So we also started off with the terms of the agreement. So the agreement with Fieldstone shall be for 2 years, commencing on the first day of February of 2018. This agreement thereafter renewed biannually, subject, however, to the provisions of paragraph N, which I'll get to in a second, in the absence of written notice of termination given by either party or the other, not less than 60 days prior to the expiration of either the initial or renewal of this agreement. We are on an automatic renewal with Fieldstone every 2 years, and it happens in February. So we started in February of 18, so February of 26 would be the end of that 2 years. What they would do is they would just automatically renew it for a 5% increase every 2 years, which is reasonable. If we decided we want to terminate, which is section N, cancellation of the agreement, this agreement may be canceled prior to the termination of the term by the association of the managing agent within a minimum of 60 days. So as we heard at the annual meeting, comment was asked from the gallery, from the members, I should say. What does it take to get away from Fieldstone if we like to go that direction? It's a 60-day termination policy. If we say we want to terminate our agreement with Fieldstone, 60 days, we're out. It's an at-will contract. We shake hands, we walk away, and that's it. No fees, no additional cost. If we remove Fieldstone before a 60-day notice of termination, then they're entitled to a cancellation fee equal to 3 months management fee will be charged for this purpose. So all we would owe them is a 3-month management fee. Well, it's not a management because they don't manage us. They just outsource our office, our portion of our office. That's currently less than $2,700 a month. We spent almost 32,000 for the year on them. Divide that by 12, it comes up to almost 2,700 a month. So our cancellation, if we go earlier than 60, would be less than $8,000. So at the meeting, it was stated that it was 38,000. Well, that's not true. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of feeling like we have to have the answer on the spot, a lot of stuff that's not backed up by a document or fact. And that's where reputations suffer, and it makes it more difficult for us as a board to act based on, generalized terms and not accuracy. So wherever you'll hear from me a whole bunch, whenever we have an issue, if we say, well, generally, or we always, or whatever, we got to fall back to the document so we know exactly where we're at, so we can make an informed decision based on fact. So that's our cancellation policy with Fieldstone. You have another question regarding, what was your other, there was another part to that question about.
Well, the other question was the price. I mean, do they, being a pretty big company they are they charging a lot more for the same price for they would do for anybody else? And there's somebody else that can do it for a lot less money.
Okay.
I know there would be.
So that's a good question. So currently, again, on our financials, it was just under 32,000 for the year we paid for them. So if you divide by that by 12, and we got to act by fact instead of what I think. So 32 grand, divide that by 12, that comes up to $2,666. So we're paying them $2,700 a month to outsource all of that stuff. So full-time person in-house, 60 grand a year is 5 grand a month. And I don't know if you're going to find anybody to do that kind of stuff with that kind of money. So 2,700 a month. Fieldstone has 60 properties that they manage. We're the only one that only does a portion of it. They don't manage us. Every one of those, they have 4 account managers that divide up those 60, those 59, and each one of them has an account that they're responsible for, but they manage those accounts. Julie is our representative because she handles the financial piece of it. They don't manage us. All they do is just that outsource piece, and she's the only one. So we're the only one that we have that we're the only account that they have where we just do most of the stuff in-house, but there are some stuff that we farm out to them. So that's kind of unique. Now, Dave and I, we met with Bruce Lepore at the same time we met with Julie. We were trying to get a meeting with them, and we saw him basically on the street, and we talked about this. And his recommendation to us was, they know all of the players in the game. They know all of them out there. And he said the grass is not always greener on the other side of the fence. There are other management companies, but in his opinion, he thought that we would not find anybody that would be able to service our account as well as Fieldstone is right now. That's not to say we shouldn't do our due diligence and look for that in the future. But, like Tom mentioned, we have a long-term relationship with the company, and that means something. I personally am not loyal to Fieldstone. I'm loyal to Three Rivers. They're just our outsourced third party. They're a vendor to us, but we do have a long-term relationship with them. That's kind of in their favor. But in the past, there's been a lot of finger pointing and so forth, and that adds to a bad reputation. So I like the idea of Tom giving him the opportunity to look at it from a fresh set of eyes and take a look and find out what's been going on, and then let him make his recommendation to the board appropriately. And if it's to have another account when it comes up for review, I think it would be our due diligence to go ahead and do that sort of thing. That's just my feelings on it.
Well, I think people who live out here as a community, they would like to know that we're looking for other ways to save money, and if there's ways of doing that, we should try to do that for people who live out here, because I listen to people out here and they all think it's too much money, but that's just what I hear, and I'm just passing that on to you.
No, that's great. So when you say too much money, is that the $350 they pay a year for?
No, I'm talking about paying for Fieldstone.
Oh, okay.
But the rumor was Fieldstone got 120,000 a year.
Well, I'm just myth busting that right now.
Yes.
That was the rumor I heard, 120,000 a year to Fieldstone.
Well, I enjoy that. And the more rumors we bring to the table, I'd be more than happy to myth bust it regardless of whatever it is. So our contract with Fieldstone is, as I just mentioned, I'm gonna give this to Michelle so she can post it on the website in the appropriate location.
That would be a good idea, because that was a terrible amount of money to be thinking that we were paying them.
Well, look, I'm not pointing fingers. I don't care about the past. But you can't, but exactly. So I'm just saying, based on what happened, when the word 38,000 hit out to the membership, you could just hear the Fieldstone in the, and that was an incorrect statement. It's less than $8,000 to terminate it if we terminate less than 60 days. My point of the whole matter is, that's the fee schedule. And we paid 32 grand to them for the year, and it's 2,700 a month. That's it. And if we terminate within given 6 days notice, we walk away with no fees, no penalties. And if we go early, it's less than 8 grand. That's it. 120,000. 30 seconds.
I just wanted to address your initial question about Fieldstone and people's sentiments about it. The 2024 meeting, it was very high number vote against hiring Fieldstone to do the 120,000 you mentioned for that neighborhood. That's where the myth came from. And part of the issue I feel with Fieldstone, besides everything you just discussed, Fieldstone is an HOA or LOA management company. They have an axe to grind to get more business from anybody they do business with. They're not just an accounts receivable, accounts payable, bookkeeping outfit. And I did reports, and we'll talk about that in the comment period.
Well, if that's
I believe that that type of company is not a good company for us to use for our accounts receivable and accounts payable.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there for just a moment, politely and respectfully, but we'll talk about that in the new business part of that section. But for this conversation,
Right.
I basically just outlined the entire agreement with Fieldstone. So
Yeah,
that document is just not for debate. It is what it is. So
okay.
I'll post it. I'll have it posted on the website. You can review it at your leisure and dive into it. Okay, moving right along. Any other questions regarding that topic? Steve?
Tom, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir. I think the biggest thing is communication for the office to Fieldstone. I'll just give you a short example. Every landowner that wants credentials, cards, access, has to pay dues, correct? The wording, so I probably had the wording screwed up, but we have to pay our dues to be able to have access to free rooms. And when the office has a landowner come in or a guest come in and that person says, yeah, I'm here for my cards, when I get a tag, this just happened yesterday. And he's got a blue oval sticker in his window. He's not on the deed, he's not on the property, he's not anywhere, but you would think that maybe he deserves some information. So fortunately, now that we find out how to work the report that Fieldstone sent us, took what, 3 steps to be able to verify that this guy didn't pay a dime at all, but he got a window sticker, had an old card, he had total access. Did I give him access after the girls called me? Nope. So that's the information we need from Fieldstone when they call, they want an answer, because they got somebody in their face saying, I want my stuff, and they don't deserve it.
And the HOA start system does take care of that. The issue comes down to another issue you guys, I think, have all talked about and have to figure out, and it came up at the last meeting. It comes down to who was actually, what are we considering billing it for the position? So I think this is like this deep conversation that feels like we just keep, you guys just kind of keep going like this, but because there's so much behind. It's not just about eliminating stuff. That is an important, like I was talking about, that piece is so important to make sure our checks and balances are. And I think that's the crux of the conversation that you're starting. And what Tom is asking is, give me a few minutes to figure this out. I think the frustration from the landowners is just the communication, and every time, and you guys have talked to them about that now, but every time they send it out, it's always two emails. There's the first one that we screwed up, and then there's the other one. There's the correcting one. And it's been that way for a couple years. It's not just a brand new thing. And I think that's where all the other stuff aside, how much we pay for them, what they do for us, all the other things is one conversation. Figuring out the communication piece with them is another conversation. But the crux is, how do you, by save face, by respect for Fieldstone with the leftover association to say, we hear you, we heard you, we're working on it, let us get our feet under it. And they're not going to send out any more communications. They're going to come through us for the communications. And I mean, that's probably going to go a really long way for people to be like, oh, you heard us. Because right now, I think nobody feels heard. And then Fieldstone sends out another, oops, we didn't know that went out. And that just like tank, now they're back down to crack again. So it's just, it's about that communication layer. You know we can't get rid of them. We don't have the ability to get rid of them. The office is fantastic. I support them 100%, and they can take on bits and pieces, but they can't take on that minutia of what it means to manage the books. They just don't. That's not them. Nor should it be. We need that check.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. That sums it up pretty good. So I appreciate that. So I'd like to, again, end cap this discussion here. Just let Tom do his thing. I have a high degree of confidence in him. He's going to look at this thing and then give him 2-3 months down the road. If we see that there's other issues that come into play, then that's our right at any time. We're an at-will agreement with them. We just have to give him 60-day notice for termination. So hopefully we don't have to exercise that, but that's always available. It's whatever's best for Three Rivers. That's primary moving forward. And there is no doubt in my mind that everybody here, that another inherent, thing like breathing air is that we all want to do the right things for Three Rivers. So that, especially the office, side note, you guys got thrown into a hornet's nest this last year. There's no question about it. And I applaud the volunteer support to make that all happen and go through that mess. Regardless of why it or how it ended up happening, doesn't matter. You effectively went in there and did a phenomenal job getting us back on track. And I sincerely appreciate that. So moving forward, wiping that off the books, moving forward. Let's let Tom do his thing, and then let's just start looking at it real closely moving forward, and we'll adjust as we go.
10 seconds.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I just want to ask one favor from everyone, and it will help me with my evaluation, and it might help speed things up. If everyone would just CC treasurer at 3RR Rec on any communications with Fieldstone, I'd appreciate it. And that way I can judge, or look at, because I can get an idea how responsive everybody is, both from Fieldstone back to us and us to Fieldstone.
Sure. All right, I'm going to conclude that one. Everybody good? Next, I put this down, general collection policy. So when it comes to collections, we we get that information from Fieldstone, and at the end of the assessment period, around the October, November timeframe, we take a real close look at that to see who hasn't paid. And kind of a standing policy in the past with me anyhow was before anything goes to collections, we want to make one last attempt in addition to the collection policy, just to make sure that we can handle it before it gets turned over to an attorney for collections, because an $850 or $900 bill can suddenly turn into, you know, $2,000-3,000 or more real fast. So with that being said, I don't want to talk specifics right now. I just want to get after this right now. So we'll kind of get a little ahead of the game. From a general process, you guys do good? Yeah. From a general process standpoint, I want to make sure that as a board, we have a process for looking at the collections procedure when it happens. In the past, there has been some opportunity for a payment plan for those that get behind or have some issue comes up. I mean, it could be anything. It could be imminent foreclosure or you know, Chapter 11 in their lives, or divorce, or whatever it might be, some unforeseen circumstance. I just want to have some kind of a policy moving forward on how we address it, not based on the individual or any names or anything, but just generically speaking. I want to see if we can make a decision. If someone comes to us and says, hey, I want to make a payment plan, are we willing to take a look at that and make a decision? Is that an option? If it goes to an attorney, you know, like we turn it over to Fieldstone, turn it over to Harker Lepore, and their fees are involved, but someone wants to make a payment and, you know, for a 12-month period, is that appropriate way to look at it? So in other words, first question is, do we want to allow a collection, a payment plan process to happen for any members in Three Rivers that fall into that situation? Is that something we want to look at?
We have a lot of it. We have a lot of people that are behind.
No, we don't.
Is this gonna?
We have
What you're referencing?
yes, but that document is for board purposes only. It's not for public because there's confidential information there. But I will tell you, there's 3 long-term, 2 long-term, 1 probable, and the rest are just stuff that we will clean up normally. But it does happen. So if they come to us and say, hey, I want to make a payment plan, I can do it within 12 months. Do we want to entertain that? That's really my question.
Do we have one that's so large that can't be done in a year?
We have 2 that are outstanding. We're just waiting for, you know, something to happen in the future. You know, a judgment through a legal affair or something to that effect, or maybe we might have to go into a foreclosure. There's actually a collection policy that allows us to go that far. We haven't reached that point yet. But my point is, for those that maybe get into a tough situation, they can't make the swing for the assessments. Are we willing to put a payment plan together for them within a 12-month period? The interest and fines are all included in that, because part of the collection policy is accruing interest and fines for that.
So the payment plan, if somebody comes to us and says, hey, I'm in a tough spot, I'd like to put together a payment plan, does that happen before or after it's gone to collections?
In the past, we've done it before and we've done it after. We have done it after with attorney fees, but it's a one-off, onesie-twosie. Very rarely does it happen. But if it does, I just want to be able to have it in the collection policy that we know that we can offer that up to help someone out in Three Rivers.
I think it's a good idea to help somebody out.
Yeah.
I mean, you can help them out and then get it paid off in a year, I think it's a good thing.
Okay,
I like Kyle's question about before, after, it would be something that might get before sending it to collections. You're really not helping them out if they're already going to collections. Doesn't that go on your credit?
Yes.
Credit?
it does, and that's another, that's another point, you know. The fear is, that's why I always wanted to make one last attempt, because it's gonna affect their credit rating, you know, plus the attorney fees on top of that.
Yeah. So is that what you're asking, if we want to do that before it goes into collections?
Well, I think I just wanted to get everybody's feeling on how they feel about it before it goes to collections, if we're willing to do that.
Before it goes to collections, yeah, okay.
And then if we have one that's, and again, no names, no nothing, but there's been an ask, for, one that has already accumulated, collection attorney fees. But they want to take care of it within a 12-month period. Would we want to entertain that? That's what I'm saying by generic policy, because I couldn't answer it.
Can I interject something?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be good. We don't, our accounting system is a cash accounting system. It is not an accrual system. All right, so it does make it a little more challenging to maintain accurate books when we're getting people that want to spread their payments out, you know, kind of on the if come. I know we looked at potentially changing our bylaws so we could do that, but we would have to make a complete change to our accounting system so that we can accrue for these payments that are coming in over time. I'm not in favor of, from accounting perspective, I'm not in favor of spreading people's payments out, because we get one person doing it and then it's just the snowball effect. And quite frankly, we are running this landowners association on a shoestring. We're not the bank, we're not the county. Our obligation is to the association, and people need to meet their obligations. We're talking $350 a year or $400 a year to stay in the good graces of the association. I think a lot of people could scrape that up if they needed to. You know, we've got one person that's asking for an extension for another year. Well, they've already been on for a year. So it just becomes problematic from an accounting perspective, and it certainly doesn't help our cash flow. We currently have a person out on collections, and we want to have a discussion. I want to have a discussion about this today to move forward to foreclosure because they haven't paid us in like 20 years. But that's just one man's opinion.
Well, got a point, it's $350, $400 a year, but it wasn't that before, what? I guess I gotta ask what this person.
I don't know what the total is. This one-off is, yeah, I mean, it's,
It's about
Yeah,
$400. It's about $400. And I will make note that that person did manage to pay their property taxes, which was probably more than that.
yeah, so again, I just wanted a general policy, because we could, I don't want to address the one-off so much as just the general policy. That's why I brought it up with generic. But my question is, if someone is run into a situation and it's gone to the, into collections, and they want to make a payment plan within a 12-month period, is that something we want to entertain, or do we want to not entertain that?
So go on with it, I shouldn't have asked about the money. There. They can't get credit for, say, $400, where we give it.
I don't know the why. I just know that.
Specifically, I'm just putting it as an example. If you, I can see it if you owe $20,000, you know, you need some help. Get that, but you should be able to get credit for
So again, yeah, and I know you're going, Steve, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I just want to keep this so generic, so policy wise, do we want to entertain anybody that has, that's gone to collections? Do we want to entertain a payment plan within a 12-month period, or we want to just say no?
Well, I'm a mortgage underwriter, and so I know about credit and all that kind of stuff. So, I know that people ask for like mortgage modifications because of life circumstances happen to them, say for a divorce, you lose your job, you got in a bad car wreck. Something happened to where you couldn't afford to make your payments, but you want to get back on your feet and still make those payments. So if we did entertain that, I would think that we would need to put in some kind of application process and have them provide us with documentation of why they are requesting a payment plan. So it's for the treasurer, it's not going to be like everybody's going to be requesting to be on a payment plan. And so they can give us the circumstances, how they're getting out of the circumstances and how they can pay us.
I like the comments. I'm thinking this is one we need to address, not an open forum. This is gonna start going down a different path. I think there are 4 things that fall into executive session. I've done the homework on that one, and one of them is collection policy. So maybe we should have that discussion at a later date in an executive forum, so we could come up with whatever process and plan, and then once we come out of executive, then we can explain what the new process is. I think that's probably the direction we need to go. I don't see a quick urge to act. I think we should handle it that way. That's my thoughts. So, yeah, what do y'all think?
I agree.
Yeah, makes sense.
Tom, you on board with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Do we have to go into executive session to discuss a pending foreclosure?
Yes, that falls into a collection and an issue. That's one that we would go into executive session on. I'm not saying there's an urge to act with executive session today, but we can certainly plan for it on the next meeting, and again, we can the question's been posed to us by the attorney, and I don't see a real urge to act at this point. So I think I'd rather do this in executive session so we don't run the risk of a confidentiality issue.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll plan that way accordingly.
Can I make a suggestion, Ed? Very short. If you go into.
Reason for my timer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can go with the timer. If you go into executive session and you know you might do that at a meeting. Rumors run around, there's a secret meeting of the board and all this crap. I don't know if anybody's ever been exposed to that. But if you plan on going into executive session at any given meeting, if you know it's coming in advance. Maybe if you gave notice to people who are gonna zoom into the meeting and whatever, that might help for people to not think it's weird to go into executive session.
Closed meeting.
Yeah, I know it's a closed meeting. I'm saying, just if you go to or planning to go to a closed meeting out of an opening meeting, to just give people a notice of that in advance if you can. So that they feel, okay, well, it's gonna be a closed meeting, or the Zoom is gonna be over because you're gonna go into executive session. Does that make any sense?
The last meeting that we did, we had a special meeting that was open to the public. And then it was posted, correct, Michelle? And then we went into executive session. So it was posted, it was after that we were having a special meeting.
Okay, so then you did just that.
And you
Okay.
can do it.
So I didn't really get that, and that's what I'm just saying.
Right.
That would be
Then
good.
we came out of the executive session and
Very good.
But you've done executive sessions for years and years and years.
Yeah,
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the executive session.
No, we're on track on that. So yeah, full disclosure, we're following everything by the book as best we possibly can. So yes, we will follow. I appreciate the advice on that. All right, so we'll handle that probably at the next meeting. We'll include some time on that. So at the very end of the meeting, we'll address that. Okay, so moving on to the next garbage report, property easement, camera system, and library contents. I know, Steve, you had some stuff on this, and
Yeah, real quick, I'll go real quick and, we were talking about.
appreciate that.
thing here in a second. So, Randy Penn, thank you very much. If it's, this guy is, handled, for our property, that we need for the garbage system. There's a great, right there. We're using approximately 30 by 30 right now, and we're asking for 100, like Randy said earlier, 100 foot by 110. That means that we're gonna have all kinds of parking. It's all gonna be a great deal. I'm sure you've all heard about it before, so I'm trying to go quick. You can ask me questions after. We're going to need a camera system for the garbage. We also need a camera system for the whole association here at the office. It's pretty crafty. Oh, did I say that out loud? Sorry. We need some space for that camera system, the electronics, some advertising. This is where the discussion comes in. I do not want to take a benefit away from any of the landowners, but the obvious building is the what's called the library. We're gonna need that for electronics. We're gonna need that for gate parts because we're going to move them out of this building here. So I kind of need that space. And where to put this library and golf clubs and frisbees, so I'm moving fast. Help me out, where are we gonna get that?
Well,
Yeah, okay.
Do that right after.
Yeah.
So I can give, my opinion is that it ought to go down at the event center because that's where the golf course is and the frisbee course is. The library, it's a centrally located spot. The yellow building was mentioned by Tom, good idea, until I looked at it, there's not a window one in it. It's full of crap. I think I say that again, sorry. Where do we put that? So like, let's leave the yellow building full of what it's got in there and figure out something else for the bottom. Otherwise, I'll go back to, I don't want to eliminate a benefit for landowners, but it would be, you want to take all the books out, pick up your books, pick up your movies.
when do you need space in the new, the old library? When, I mean, are we talking something needs to happen next week or next year?
No, I'm getting a camera and electronics bid, and we're gonna get with you about two, ideas. That won't happen until probably the middle of the end of next month. Moving this out of here, I don't know. This place is running out of space for storage in it, so I'd like it to happen as soon as we're both able to do it. But any ideas of how we could do something?
Just a quick thought. Can we get maybe a 20-foot Connex box or something like that? Put some battery operated lighting in it with a lock and give the landowners the combination of the lock.
To keep down at the golf course?
Either at the golf course, for that equipment, and or maybe you need maybe two of them, one for the library, one for the equipment on there. Or some
I haven't been in.
storage thing.
Yeah, I mean, so we're talking about two things. One is books that people check out. I think there might be some videos or
Tons of.
DVDs and that type of thing. And then we have some golf clubs that people could check out, a disc. So the discs and the golf clubs, that makes sense that they'd be next to the golf course. The books, I don't know how much space we need.
The container costs more than one of those tool sheds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're.
So what I suggest is, let's you and I get together. I don't think we need to figure it out today. I think you and I just get together and we put together a plan and present it at the next board meeting and we move on.
Okay, by then I'll have the bids for the camera system with Charles Hill and that, so. Any questions about the new garbage area?
What's the timeline on that? When do we hope to have start and when do we expect to be complete?
When do you think, Randy, how long a process do you think this will be to actually obtain 100 by 100?
Probably by the next
Next meeting. Okay, all right, and so today, so man. So we won't be able to move dirt until, what, 3 months, 4 months? What's the urgency? It's just, on the docket. So, anyway, obviously, that's not a big rush, so we gotta wait, all right. That's enough for that.
Yeah, what gate prop T, I had that right underneath. Did you already cover all that or is there? Okay,
The gate has 3 safeties. Both the in and the out gate both have 3 safeties so that the gate doesn't come down on. The exit gate is just fine. We talked about going through without having to stop, follow on out. The entrance gate, there's a safety loop in the ground, it's called a loop. There is a beam that keeps the gate from coming down on a car, and then there's, if those 2 fail, there's a bumper on the bottom of the gate. Hit the car. We don't want to use that one because if it hits a car in motion, it could bend the gate. It's already happened. The loop is damaged from the heavy loads coming through. That loop is in the blacktop, and it acts like a magnet. It reads the metal above it and keeps the gate from closing. There's stay open if there's metal there. That loop is broken in the ground, so it's malfunctioning. It has to disconnect it. So everybody notices that gate takes a while to close now. That's to make sure that they all get in here before that gate closes. It does cause some problems with tailgaters.
That's on the in gate.
In gate, yes, correct. It does cause some problems with tailgaters. I don't want anybody trying to stop tailgaters because if that car stops in the middle and there's an air gap between that beam, that gate will come down and that gate will get damaged. So I haven't publicized it because if you don't know about it, maybe you just drive through there normally, but it is a problem. I'm hoping to get that fixed next month. This coming month. The guy's very busy, been on his list for about a month already, but that is,
so you got budget for it? You got a plan with the guy coming in? It's gonna take about a month?
yep,
Okay.
so we're good there. The, other gate, stop is, tags. Those are the RFID tags. They were, $30 a piece. They have increased quite a bit. Now they are 50 piece, starting today. Anybody wants that like tag, still tag, they are $50. I want to remind everybody that cards are $20 for 2. Replacement cards are $25 each. It costs us money every time we delete a card and enter a card. So we have to charge for that replacement card. Somebody loses a card, we have to delete the old one because they might find it later, or some kid might pick it up. We have to enter another one. So it's not only the cost of the card, it's the cost of actually entering and deleting. That's $25.
And is that all gonna get published on the website so that people know about it?
Or Michelle.
Well, what I would say is don't let, you're gonna write it up for her, right? So she does, all she has to do is slide it in there. And when you, Michelle, I'm looking forward to that meeting so you could teach us all how to do that, so you won't have to do that anymore. So that'll be awesome.
I had a question. Is the QR code supposed to work?
The QR, oh, okay, there is still Proptia 2.0, that still has some programming issues, not on our side, it's on their side. And it also has a problem where 1.0 passes, they actually transferred over to 2.0, but 2.0 doesn't recognize one or the other sometimes. Sometimes it recognizes the number, sometimes it only recognizes the QR. If it's a brand new code that you made for a guess on 2.0, like you made one today, that'll work this way.
Okay, I'll test it out again.
Many people that have troubles, just delete the old one make a new one and make sure whoever you sent that pass to doesn't keep the old one, because that's where I have another problem. The guy's got two of them on his phone and he's like, I'll try this one 10 times. I don't know why it doesn't work. So that's kind of the things that I look for, make phone calls and.
Okay.
Any questions about problems with the gate?
No, I like your plan, solution and time frame.
But I love the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, if nobody had problems with Proptia or anything?
I don't have a problem, I just do have a question for the, going out where obviously you don't have to stop.
Correct.
Is there any type of a sign that can be put on the gate that says, please follow some verbiage that?
Yeah.
There is one.
there is one.
There is?
There is,
It's up to
yeah.
the right.
It's on the other side. So part of the this electronics that we want, Michelle and I both want to have an electronic sign on the back of the library. More electronics that we're gonna be talking about for signing, especially for the big weekends.
But you can't put a sign on the gate.
You can't put anything, oh, you want it on, no.
Oh, you can't
You
put it
can't
on
put
the gate.
anything. It actually goes,
Weight.
it actually, and it actually weight. So it's very lightweight gate, wind will actually make it. pretty well, so,
And just some sort of bigger something,
yeah,
something.
that electronic sign.
Awesome.
All right, very cool. Any other questions on that? Okay, we got one that came up that we moved to new business, and that was, it was addressing, a possibility for construction costs for either, it was kind of falls into this architectural, if you're gonna build a, you know, a shop or a home of some kind, whether to charge, it was brought up in boundaries and, in roads. If we should consider a fee for that homeowner or what have you, for paying a fee, to help offset the cost of all the traffic that comes in as a part of that, construction. Every home that comes in, there's lots of gravel and lots of concrete trucks coming in to support that. So, anyways, that's the topic that we tabled for new business today. So that's the topic.
So what I presented was not because I wanted to, not, it was only because it was asked of me. I don't like to change what we have already, but gate is an option for revenue. Safety is, I don't want to do a couple different directions about maintenance trucks versus building trucks, where you're building a new build. Went to architectural committee, having basically a permit fee type of thing. They're all kind of something that everybody needs to talk to about, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I didn't mean to throw that onto you, Steve, but Kevin, I know it came up in the road, so to help us lead this conversation a little bit, what was kind of the summation of the conversation on that?
Well, we've talked about it for 5 years and, you know, we thought maybe the county would, you know, charge and then we would get the money back from the county. Kind of like they do for the Colbert School District, you know, how you pay that fee. They do, I think, 50% for a shop and $1 for a house, so that's what we came about. Steve and I talked about it, you know, a little bit. Like a shop only, $500, a house, $750 to $1,000, or like a barnuminium, because we're gonna have several trucks come in, even though it's not much, but let's say you get 5 a year, you know, that's 5,000 for that kitty for the road maintenance. So I think, you know, I think it needs to go on the homeowner. I don't think it needs to go on the contractor. Anyway, that's what we kind of came up with, and I know there's 2 in there now. It's probably too late for that to get to those people. But moving forward, you know, like I said, we talked about it for a while. So that was the discussion. You know, I'm a builder in here, and you know, I know what comes in and what goes out. You know, there's a fair amount of traffic.
The problem is actually, you know, even if everybody agreed to it and the landowners, you know, were open to it. it- Implementing it, how do you control it? How do you police it? The passes. Just based on the pass. It's still landowners capable of making current pass. If they want, they make it 30-day passes, so to have a pass that you have to pay for, it's kind of hard to police. So the discussion yesterday kind of dawned on me that it would be more of a commit thing, that maybe the pass would be included in the permit. That way you have a pass trucks in, but you pay your.
Yeah, like we talked about, is when you get your application in, you pay a $750 application fee. With that, you get a 180-day pass. Right. For one pass for your contractor. Right. You know, when it comes that guy, you sign off on it. We've been able to catch people in the past that violated that. But with Randy and I, when we communicated together and they gave it out to somebody else and it never happened again, which we call the company. It was an employee, but anyway, that's.
But the only way I can think of it working is the same way you did it in the old days. You play roses, you have a hanger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only way I can think of it working. I certainly don't want to keep vendors from coming in to us at all. I certainly don't want to cause problems with them. I want to help that vendor coming in, because you certainly don't want that guy not able to get in the gate and he drives all the way back to Bend. He's never come out here again. He didn't get in. Landowner wants something built, you know, we all want it done today, we want it done, you know, a year from now. So there's that. So it does put the burden on the landowner, out of his pocket, and that was a burden of taking care of that tag that we gave him, that pass that we gave him.
Okay, well, is this, I guess my mind is this worth pursuing? Like Kevin said, you know, 5 years we've been talking about this stuff, so is this worth pursuing? And if so, then let's formulate a plan of some type of action for this. If it's not, then don't bother with it, so wasting more time with it. So do we wanna, that's my question to the group. Do we wanna explore this further? Or do we wanna just say, hey, we've looked at it, it's a dead hole, we don't wanna go that direction right now? So is it worth exploring? Is it worth going down that, taking the time to explore this as an option?
I kind of think it is, but because you're getting some extra money to take care of the roads.
I agree, and especially with the new construction with the big trucks that it do damage to the roads, it would cover those costs.
Yeah, and to Kevin's point, again, I'm referencing to Kevin, he makes a good argument, even though there's not a lot of it coming through here right now. You know, it could be 4, 5, 6 grand, and that's, when you look at our maintenance budget, that's a substantial amount to help offset the cost for maintenance. It's a lot of potholes and alligating fix, so, okay. So if we're all in agreement that we need to take a look at this to form a plan. I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder, Tammy, since you're on architectural, and you have a meeting with Teresa, or formulate a plan for a cost schedule based on barnuminium or a home, you know, some type of a schedule. Let you figure it out, what you think's best, you know, in that $500, $750 or $1,000 increment.
Okay.
That would be kind of cool, and then we could present that to the board and decide what we want to do, but at least it's an action item, and then we'll make a decision. If we move forward on it, we got a plan. If not, we won't waste our time with it anymore.
So I have a question for Kevin. So Kevin, when someone puts in a big parking lot, gravel with all the pavement, is there a permit in that?
We talked about that, you know. you know, I think we can control the homes or the barndominiums,
The parking lot.
that kind of stuff. I think it's kind of hard, and I think yeah, that's just what we came up. I mean, you know, they're gonna do it one time, they're in here and out, you know, 2 days, and they're done, you know, but a house, 6 months or to a year on some people.
Yeah.
So that, we discussed that yesterday. I don't know if you were there, Mike, when we discussed that or not.
I was just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so we, you know, we just thought we'd do the big picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that we should charge people for maintaining.
No, I mean, if someone puts in a big parking lot, it's been paved and a lot of trucks are coming in. There's one we all know probably.
Well, if it's
so,
paid, then you do have to have it.
Yeah.
No, not to pay.
Hmm.
Oh,
No, we don't even have to have one pave our own roads, no.
there was a huge caravan in the day before yesterday.
Yeah, there was two, Red Wing, paved his property. But Manny was there, paved in and out, and they cleaned it up. What's that? Well, there's Knife River, they don't want to bad name.
Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, so, Tammy will probably need to reach out to folks and so forth. So as she does, just, you know, I know you'll all, you know, give her the input she needs as she formulates this plan for us and can report out at the next meeting. So that's really cool. I appreciate that. That's going to conclude the new business that I have here. We're going to go to public testimony. I've got down here 5 minutes each. Don't have to use the timer. While we're doing this, I want the board members to also be thinking about your commitments. Before we leave, we're going to put up our new set of commitments between now and our next meeting. So be thinking about formulating those as we go. So who's up on the sheet? Is it all of them?
Jeff.
Jeff?
Yeah. So, I'll try to make this as short as possible. I know I'm on the egg. No, there's two for you. This one's for record. So, at the last annual meeting, you got one. The last annual meeting, Director McGuire had concern that I had not dealt with certain issues with the board that I was dealing with at with the members. Kind of implying that I should have went to the board and that there was something shady about the whole thing. I thought that's how he felt. These were reports I made last year to the documents committee. They're addressed to the documents committee. They're addressed to the board. They're addressed to the membership. My error, Tom pointed it out. I probably did not handle this correctly to raise these issues to the board, and it may or may not have gotten to the board. The committee minutes, this is another issue, but the committee minutes are quite lacking. I don't know whether committees are not taking issues. I don't think it's Michelle. I think somehow there's been some lack of organization where you can go and look what happened at a committee, or for instance, the governing documents committee had a comment period. I believe that's blank. There's nothing there. So I don't even know what anybody knows or doesn't know. These two reports question how the board has been led to believe that the law applies to Three Rivers in ways that it doesn't. And with respect to reserve accounts, even the attorney at the 2024 meeting, our attorney agreed those weren't required, but it appears that people had the impression on the board that it was required by law and was presenting it that way. And I had grave concerns about that. The membership can do whatever they want with respect to running the board and running the association. But my concern was that the membership was kind of being pressured, like there's something wrong with our bylaws, or there's something wrong with our CCRs, like there might be kind of illegal. And I don't believe any of that's true. And these reports go to that point. And I just wanted, this is mostly a new board. And by the way, welcome all the new board members and appreciate your volunteering. I just wanted the board to be aware of these, because one of the things you're after, Ed, is reasonable and responsible funding. I don't disagree with that. It's in the eye of the beholder, maybe what is reasonable, responsible. But there's a downside to everything, and I've pointed out the downside to reserve accounts and have mentioned they're not required. If the membership wants to do that kind of thing, my big concern is that the membership actually really asked for it and knew they were asking for it. And so that's why I made these reports and wanted them, I was asking the secretary to actually attach these to the record as exhibits, so they're available for people to either get the understanding that I had, or to question that understanding, and so that things get done in a fashion that looks at the application of the law in this properly. And I know you don't want to go to the past, Ed, I get that, but this is also coming in the future, because this kind of goes in, it involves our bylaws and it involves our CCRs and any changes that are made. And boy, with the CCRs, can we make mistakes that could hurt us indefinitely? It's really hard to change them. It's really hard to change them back. So it's something that really, I would like to see the members be able to consider the up and downside of whatever we do. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you, Ed.
No, it's very good. I appreciate it, and the timer didn't go off, so thank you.
Ed, do I win on the Gong Show? The timer?
Oh.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. So I think what we probably should do on this one, and I'll leave it up to the board to give me their thoughts, but this is a bigger discussion than just 5 minutes as a public testimony. So I do know that our documents, our CCRs are as of 08 that are in our manual. I keep that at pretty close here with me. And I know that there was a PowerPoint that showed a draft of some that were amended, but I don't see where it was ever ratified in a meeting or not. So I do know that our governing docs, we need to take a look at CCRs. The bylaws are pretty close, but there's going to be an amendment to that, certainly with the March, if we decide that we're gonna change that date. So I'm more concerned with the CCRs right now. As far as whether or not we need the reserve account, that was a proposal 2 years ago and it didn't go anywhere. So as far as I'm concerned, as far as I see right now, that has been, it's gone its course, and there's no discussion of implementing a reserve account like what was presented in the past. I can only tell you that when we were looking at that 2 years ago, or maybe it might even have been 3, my understanding is that we were not required, that we were incorporated prior to, to Oregon statute requiring a reserve account. It's considered a best practice moving forward. That's why the state of Oregon has included it after that date for HOAs. So we're exempt. We don't have to have one. It's a good business practice, but I will tell you, there's no conversation that we've had thus far that we are going to go back to that type of scenario. So if it happens, if we elect to do that, it hasn't even been talked about. So I know, so I don't know.
The purpose of the reports is just for access to information, because it does involve legal research. And I believe it's accurate legal research. I did it. But just so people know, it may be something when these issues come up, whether it be in the CCRs or the bylaws, it may provide the board with, hey, we need to ask the attorney, whatever.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. So I'm saying I appreciate the due diligence that you put forward with this, because it looks like a lot of information. We need to digest it as a board.
I agree.
Let's bring it up as old business on the next meeting so we can all chew into this and maybe we can come up with a plan moving forward.
Yeah, and I would say even just have it there where if it comes up where relevant, I want to know what the reference.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really asking for any kind of decision. I just wanted input be made of record because there was no place that was of record, so that was the most important reason why.
Yeah, I duly noted and then put in, so we'll address it at that time. Yeah, I think that's good. Jeff Thompson, you had, wanted a few moments, so do I need to turn the egg beater on or any timer on? You want to?
Jeff doesn't want to talk too long.
Well, I'll give you 5.5.
The other day, I guess, getting caught up on rules and rights and stuff like that, I was surprised we don't have security at all for this site. We've always had it, it's been if there was the presence and stuff like that. One question I had was, well, where's that money gonna go to? My opinion, or a suggestion might be, it's gonna go for some, vests and things for the, neighborhood watch type of thing. But maybe it gets rolled over into next year so we can have a little extra money to get security. The other thought I had was somehow, hate to say spin it, but in your number one there, we're gonna save money this year on not doing it on security. But there ought to be something going out to the association stating that we need to police ourselves because we got nobody here. The time to get assistance is going to be greater because there's nobody here, you know, legally like the security system was, you know, if you got 911, it's going to be longer to get here than having our own security that you could call that would be there on site quicker. I think that's all I had to say.
That's a good point. So I have a high degree in confidence in Steve that next year I mean, we got plenty of time in advance. This year, he kind of got stuck with the duty.
Yeah.
And it was hard to, I'm not trying to make, I'm just saying that it took us all by surprise not being able to, because you have to have these contracts in place way in advance. And since Compass Security doesn't offer that assistance anymore, we have to go on the outside. But I think moving forward, I will tell you this from my perspective. The watch should not have to be put in a situation where, they're dealing with an unruly, especially if there's fights, drunken brawlness of some kind, or something that requires an armed response. We don't want the volunteers in that, so a full presence, however much, is gonna be great. But yeah, this is gonna be a tough.
It's gonna be an interesting year.
So, yeah.
Put your mind at ease on a couple of
Oh,
things.
sorry. Okay, sorry. No, go ahead, Steve, sorry.
We've asked the fire department, Jim.
Forney.
Okay. Anyway, he's all about doing some, drive-bys, on the big holidays, and I suggest like 5 o'clock, in the evening when the people are up, after having a couple of iced teas, on the water. Maybe you do a little drive-by with the fire trucks, more willing to do that. We're asking, for the sheriff's department to also do some drive-bys, and, Hamlin, he's back, nice guy. So we've got some patrolling going on with that. And if you want to come to the fourth and express some things, that'd be great. Because I would like to advertise that we need as many volunteers as we can and steal all the names. And
Just something going out to the association on that thing.
Yeah.
Stating the situation we're in, and we're gonna need to be kind of looking out for each other.
Well, and I think with Kyle's volunteer fund with the walking talkies, years past, we talked to the security, they couldn't get a hold of anybody, we couldn't get a hold of them, so hours ago, we were able to make contact with the paid security. So the walkies are probably going to be able to have quicker communication with 911 than we ever had before, and it was just as a presence that maybe it is with the old that all things be around. Don't know. So yeah, we're gonna tune up as much as we can. But I did call as many people that would answer the phone.
But I mean, just to be clear, we could spin this as, hey, we didn't increase the dues, therefore we're cutting budgets, and that's why we're not having security. That's not what happened.
No, that's
No.
not what happened.
What happened was we didn't
Yeah.
plan for this properly, and now we wait till the last minute, and then you get
Well,
last minute results.
Karen got the notice late too, that Compass wasn't gonna do it any longer, and so the time the change in regards came around.
Is it just this, Memorial Day, or is it for the whole year?
You're the whole rest of the year.
Now, as far as, their business strategy change,
Yeah,
and they, because they were so busy in Bend now, is that they really don't have time.
You might be able to get the sheriff out here, so he's in,
Yeah.
this is his job.
That's
No,
him.
Banner, huh?
That's Hamlin.
and
No, I'm talking about in.
so to answer your question about the funding, you know, we'll probably have the same budget, you know, areas next year. But I'll know more this fall when I contact him. He doesn't even want to. I had an hour-long conversation with Gold Security, and he goes, I can't talk to you about the fundraising on the sales. He actually has to buy me gift list to do some important part of it. So, he will give us a quote then, ahead of time. But as far as the money that we don't have now, the money that we have earmarked for that now, the office is closed on Sundays to save money. And so I think that the money, extra money is part of it, or whatever's left over, however, what the board sides, ought to go to the office so that we can afford to have Sundays be open. That's Sunday, that Sunday's when people are leaving, or the Monday, when they're leaving, and you're gonna lose probably the one in the army. If we don't have volunteers and all, so,
What is the budget that you got for that week?
for that, it was a summer, it was a whole.
No, I just meant if you break it down.
The budget was based on all three of them.
Okay, and how much is that?
Five by three.
So we can, yeah, go ahead, Sally.
5,000.
What is it?
15,000.
Yeah, so I didn't know if you could call Portland and get somebody out of Portland.
Yeah,
Did you try that?
I tried Redmond, I tried Bend.
Redmond's only an hour.
I know, but no, they're. So the other thing too is a lot of them are getting away from events. All the, on particular things, and they're not doing events. So they'd rather just go parking lot.
Yeah, do you know why?
Steve, I have a
that
contact.
evolved to this security thing? I mean, you know, in the past, we didn't have security.
Oh, yes, we have.
Yeah,
Back in the day, I don't remember there being.
At least 20 years.
I've been around your dad, I've been around here since I was a kid.
okay, so yeah, good discussion. I don't mean to keep, I just want to keep us on track. So we can roll those funds over and you'll be better prepared for next year. This year, we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and do the best we can and just, I have confidence that you'll do the best. You'll have that secured as best we can. Okay, so,
Yeah, carry it good.
okay, so moving on here, we're getting close. We're in the home stretch. So, before we go to the board member commitments, I just want to review the calendar. It's a little off here, but the reason why is I might have a conflict in July. Sheila, which date was that you and I have a conflict? July 19?
That's a Saturday.
July 19 is July, yeah, so the board meeting. No, the board meeting, the third Sunday of the month is on the 20th.
Yeah.
My question is, that weekend I'm gonna be gone. I have a family event that I can't get out of. So is it possible to move that to the 27th? To the following Sunday?
The July 27th?
Yeah. If not, I'll have to excuse myself and have Kyle run the meeting, I guess, so. Would y'all be okay? I'm sorry for that, but it's a family thing that I just can't get out of, and family always comes first. Sorry.
Our meeting, Kyle.
No.
You know, everything's written down on my calendar, Madigan City, I can tell you.
I think the 20th. So this question to me, I don't know whether the 7th works, or do you want me
Yeah.
to run the meeting on the 20th?
If the 27th, if you're not willing to do that, then I'd have to excuse myself. Are you willing to move it to the 27th?
So 27th does work for me. For me.
27th?
Either one, I won't make it because I'm having a pretty good surgery on my face on July
Oh.
23rd.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah. So I'll be out for a couple weeks.
Okay. Dave?
I don't care for July's fine. I'm not gonna be
Okay.
here next.
I
month,
can't
though.
tell that, or give you an answer because my calendar's in Oregon City.
Oh, that's great. Tom, are you okay with moving it from the 20th to 27th?
I'm looking at my calendar right now and I think I'm supposed to be in Boise on the 28th, so I don't know whether my wife is I'm still firm or not, but yeah, so I don't know. Do know I won't be there for the June meeting.
Okay.
I think you'd be there for the May one.
I just want to make sure that we have a quorum established. We can't all be there every time, but I just want to make sure that, you know. Okay, so for the month of May, we're all good except for, is everybody good with May except for Dave's got a commitment?
Yep.
Okay, so that's one, we could be okay with that. June. Father's Day, it's the 15th. Are we good with that one?
No. Can we move that to the 22nd?
Well, again, I didn't see what was planned in the past, but is the 22nd, did we move that to the 22nd?
Oh, it would be the
June?
22nd. That's the third weekend in the month.
That's the fourth.
It's not.
The 18th.
My bad, sorry.
No, it's okay. That's all right. So I just don't know if there was I just want to make sure that calendar, that's why I'm going through the calendar. So June 22nd, is that a go or is it June 15th? With Father's Day, I didn't know if we made adjustments for that.
I vote for this 22nd.
Okay, 22nd, Steve?
Maybe.
Okay, Kyle?
Yeah, I gotta check with my wife, to be honest with you. I don't have all my.
didn't bring your, I mean, I brought mine.
I know, I know we have some stuff going on, but I know it's not my calendar, so.
Can we,
So in the past, we moved it to the 22nd.
I think 22nd of June makes sense. In July, that's the one I have to check. I know we're having a family reunion and I don't know what weekend it is.
Okay, Mike, are you okay with 22nd?
I'm fine with that.
Dave?
Sure.
Tammy?
yes,
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So June 22nd is in, and then July.
Okay, I'll change that in the calendar, and you're gonna have to change the committee meetings too, because they'll be the day before the BOD.
Yeah, well, that's,
So I'll change all 4 of those.
So don't do anything for the board of directors meeting, because we catch that goes through the boardroom. In the HOA starts, they have a separate section, and it sends them all reminders and stuff. That would be awesome.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so 27th of July, is that okay with everybody? If one person can't make it, I get it. I know, I'll be fine. If I'm the only one on the 20th, I can do that too, so. Is the 27th
I
okay?
think the 27th will work.
Okay, 27th for July, and then August, anything there? 17th? No issues? Okay, we good for the 17th of August?
yes.
And then September is gonna be the 21st. I think we're far enough now that we'll be okay. All right,
You guys are okay with May?
May,
Don't say don't stay.
okay, May 18th.
Oh,
Okay,
August 17th. Yeah. And I think they're all on the calendar right now.
Yeah, they are.
and the two committee meetings are, that I know of, that are just roads and boundaries and land use will be the Saturday before that meeting. So Randy's here, and Kevin will see the communications. So. Okay, home stretch. Okay. Board member commitments. Commitments for our next meeting. Just go around the room, if everybody's ready. Tammy, commitments for next.
Well, I can give an update on anything that the gun club has done. And who knows about the architectural committee or not, if anything, if I get more applications, that'll depend on that. And then I will, create the cost schedule for any of new applications for permits. New construction.
Okay, Dave.
Mine is get all the information from everybody for the sent in so they can get the newsletter out here in the next couple weeks.
Okay. And two, okay.
Mine is to find some more committee people to be on there with me, and then still talk to Jeff Thompson, and he's gonna help me with that. And then the other one I wanna is the fine, make sure I understand how to use all the finding people and stuff like that when they cause a problem. Like doing wheelies. Oh, and then the airport. I'm gonna come back with something about the airport.
What was that about the airport?
They're drag racing.
Oh, okay, it's airport manager.
And airport manager.
Yeah, so far we got Joe Parrott under there, but I don't know if he's the.
Well,
what? Oh, he's on that.
What came up, my neighbor Jordan, he wants to be an airport manager, but I thought I'd be the manager and he'd be working underneath me.
I mean, I totally appreciate stuff,
Oh, yeah,
but there were people that applied for that position.
well,
The prior board and.
that is right, and they never got
Right,
back.
so it was Trent, so was another person.
Yeah, and Jordan, he applied too, but they didn't get back to him.
Right, so I just, I mean, I feel like.
I've got
they're just kind of like, that was.
Well, yeah, and I understand that. I just got a long text from him about wanting to do it.
So just to make sure, are you designated as the airport manager, just for?
No, I'm,
Or not, I mean, the
No.
responsibility of airport.
no, I'm not.
Who is responsible? Did that come
There-
from in land use or was that Tammy?
He could have it.
No, but I mean, board member wise.
This might be a whole nother discussion, it might take a while.
Okay, so Mike, well, okay, is that where? I mean, this is like a. This is one for the org chart.
I didn't know there was anybody in Jordan.
They're really nobody right now. I just know somebody who wants to be.
We went to set up that forum, 2 years ago, and then we couldn't get people to get together.
And the reason why I brought it up because I'm firewall. You know what I mean? Bob, just- But it's just a discussion.
Mike.
I've got.
Yeah. We should.
Okay, before we lose everybody, Mike.
Yes.
Let me make sure, because I can't remember, sorry, this is the forgiving part. I can't remember who was assigned the airport responsibility as a board member, who that fell.
That would have been Ed, right, at the time?
I thought it was me, but
Oh,
if it's appropriate for you and you've got a plan on that, I want to switch me to you and then.
I'm just bringing it up just to see if it's okay with everybody, because I was thinking I would get rid of my Firewise position and give it to like land use, or because it seems like they're always talking about Firewise a lot.
Well, if we do that, we just gotta make it official.
We gotta make it official. I'm just bringing, yeah.
So, yeah, we don't wanna shoot for the hip.
And I don't wanna,
Airport manager.
It's not listed anywhere.
yeah, there's nobody right now.
Okay, well, then I'll make a motion. Let's make a motion right now. Make a motion for, the responsibility for airport. That assignment to Mike McAdams.
I
Second
second.
board member.
Director, weight position, you're number 6, right?
Yes.
I second that.
Discussion?
I vote yes.
Hang on. All right. End of discussion. Now, roll call. Dave.
Tammy.
Yay.
Steve,
Yes.
Kyle,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
What'd you do with Firewise then? Is that?
No, that hasn't been discussed.
Oh.
No, there's, yeah, we're doing
They
everything by
don't
the
just.
book. So there's no other changes. We're gonna keep land use where it's at and everything's gonna stay the same. Okay. So,
So my commitment is to, work with Lauren to begin framing out the marina rights agreement for the next 30 days. You know, so this will be prior to any legal lawyers involved. This is just, you know, a letter of intent, a memorandum of understanding. It's just a basic framework that we can then kind of springboard off of.
okay. Steve.
My commitment is the loop for the entrance gate. That's a month to get done. I'm hoping to have that done before Memorial weekend. And also the library. In that building. File.
Okay. Next, is that it?
Tom?
Tom?
Hey, I'm going to reach out to Schwint and Company and find out what the status of our 2024 taxes are and what the results of their audit from last year and what that entails. Further, now that we have approved minutes from last month, I will visit with Umpqua Bank to get the handoff on the Umpqua Bank account. Dave, I might need a signed copy of them from you as secretary. I will find that out. And I will also monitor all the communications with Fieldstone from the office and for whoever else copies me on their email to make sure that your requests are being addressed in a timely fashion.
Okay, and then mine. better knowledge on the Robert's rules, and so forth. I mean, I've read the book. I passed one out in another group that I was facilitating, and it's a hell of a read, but I'll try to be a little better from the application side of Robert's rules instead of all the in-depth. So I know Michelle and we talked a little bit about that. We've got a little budget in office too. We provide everybody with some type of a, there's an email version of, or electronic version of Robert's rules. Is that?
That is access.
Okay. So Robert's rules,
You can assign it to Dave.
you want me to assign that to Dave?
Yeah, he's already up, that's right.
Okay. Dave, you just got another one.
We'll take care of it. Show me the money. That's all I need.
YouTube.
So either a book or electronic version.
There's stuff all over YouTube about it too. It's cheap.
Well, anyways, yeah, well, that's familiarity. That's gonna be my, one of my commitments. The other is, I really like the idea of, having, again, throwing this on Michelle a little bit, for the, having a time for us all to get together, with HOA start and just the whole communications piece. I know I had some notes in here about the next communications meeting. And maybe we could dovetail that into that, some of that anyhow, but I would really love to have that. So I'm gonna attend that. And then I'll make sure to get the documents to you. Anything that I have document wise, I'll get to you until after this, I'll be able to do it myself. But in the meantime, I'll give you documents to you. And then my personal update, or president's update for the handout, the
Newsletter.
And also the handout for the owners handout book. That first page.
President's page.
Yeah, I'll get that, I'll make that priority as well. Okay, shout outs.
One thing that didn't get mentioned, rules and regs was a $250 fine that did get paid last month. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Did you pay them or?
The property owner paid that fine. I didn't.
So I want to make sure we're not put a lien against you.
Nope.
Okay, so shout outs. I just, again, Easter was just phenomenal. So I know Randy did a phenomenal job. I know he's probably not here now, but I'm saying he did oh, he's behind Mike, sorry. Hey, he's losing weight, man. I couldn't play behind Mike. So he just did a phenomenal job with that. And I know Maylette was there as well as, Linda. And I mean, it was a big effort, but I just want to put a shout out to the whole team from the beginning of the beach cleanup all the way through. I mean, the kids, when I watched them just assault all those eggs, Steve showed me a video that he had, and it just looked like dominoes falling on a big project. It was just unbelievable. So it was just a very awesome moment. So, Kyle, anybody that?
Well, I would do the same. I mean, specifically Dave and the beach cleanup, I thought the beach looked as good as it ever has. Everybody that worked on the Easter stuff, Randy behind the microphone makes it all happen, and that's huge. But there's so many people. It was also pretty cool to have Lauren Stills there. I think he felt proud about this community. His mom started that event many years ago. It's also good. Kevin Spencer was there. Kevin is working with us on the Marina Task Force. that was the first time Kevin and Lauren had got a chance to meet, and it was real casual, you know, so it was a lot of positive things about that event.
Well, and again, another shout out to Kyle for getting the Wi-Fi down at the lake. That's pretty cool, not just emergency, but being able to just have the ability to make a call when need to. It's pretty damn cool. There's a lot of effort in that, and I appreciate that.
Kyle, you should tell them what happened. Overload.
Well, actually, I don't think it, you know, so it's unclear on whether there is really overload or, which is part of that, the captive portal piece, we'll be able to get rid of that. But there's also some people that couldn't log in, but then I found out people were putting in the wrong passwords and so I will have signs by Memorial Day weekend posted on the beach. You know, and I'd like to also love to have another repeater. We have Wi-Fi in the event center, we have Wi-Fi in the office. Having 3 spots, beach, event center, office, having 3 places in Three Rivers where people can go to get on Wi-Fi. We're already paying for that Wi-Fi service. We could carve out a little bit of bandwidth for people to always have a place to go to get it. So, yeah, I'm not sure that we overloaded it, just people back.
Yeah, they were amazed. People were just amazed. You able to get Wi-Fi.
Are you talking about Easter?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was connected and then I think there were so many people that got on there. When I opened it, it disconnected me and it wouldn't connect me again until half the cards left.
Wow.
And I got gone.
Yeah, it was a good, you know, our plan was to have, you know, to stress test it and, you know, I think we broke it. That's probably as many people as we'll ever have on there.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, so we'll see how it goes. It's always the best effort, those things.
So, Mike, anybody you want to shout out to, did a nice job that normally doesn't get recognized?
The shout out to everybody. Well, I've never met you and I think you're doing a great job. Tammy. Yeah.
Nice. Dave,
Bobby
anybody?
Longoria for doing the old bird guards down at the rec hall.
Yeah. Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah, it's all.
He's also helping us with the, him and Jeff are helping us with putting new LED lighting in. Those are the old lights we have in the event center, are just big power hogs, and we got new lights and they're taking that project on too, so.
Awesome. Michelle, anybody in your office staff? Well, Mary did a nice job for me, helping me out, getting my, you know, some of my login stuff and things squared around. She's an Apple person, but
Mary Craft.
boy, she
is our
strong.
secret weapon.
She's amazing.
We don't like to share her much, so.
Yeah, she's being shared with pretty much. I was like, who is Mary? Yeah, then they explained, I was like, oh, okay.
But she is on vacation. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Not happening in right now.
Nice little walkabout.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty awesome. But yeah, well, yeah, no question about that. So anybody else got anything positive want to say about somebody that normally doesn't get recognized?
Well, I'm just gonna jump in on the Mary Graff thing because she talked me off the ledge a couple of weeks ago and finally got access to rack space or whatever it is. And she also, which is always key with me, she followed up before she left on vacation to make sure that everything was working. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
Very cool. All right, if there's nothing else, I'd like to make a motion for, or have someone making a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion for adjournment.
A second.
All in favor? Sorry, Dave. Okay, thanks for the long and lengthy one. We'll try to keep them shorter moving forward.
Maybe I did a great job of it.